Well, could it get any better than this, ladies and gents? On one tail we've got O'Sullivan Murphy. On this tail we've got Trump and Neil Robertson. Two wonderful lineups. Best of 25 frames. Judd Trump gets the match underway in a match to savour. Two of the best left-handed players the game has ever seen. Two of the best potters the game has ever seen. What will the next couple of hours entail? Doesn't look like there's any easy safety shot, so he may be planning to cut this in. I can't quite tell from this position. There's your answer. And a favourable kiss as well. Gives him choice of brown, blue or yellow. We're going to see a lot of that in this match. Lots of good long pots. The key thing is going to be who scores the best.
Needs to run a bit. Nice. He had a possibility of getting at least 3 reds there, and it looks as if he's come in between them all. See the spin he gets on this. Look at that cue ball moving down the table there. That'd be really hit him good to play that shot. He's taking this thin cut on. Well, he didn't really get near it.
Judd, 3.
And then has he left this on? He has. Both these players have had good wins in the previous round. Judd Trump winning 13-7 against Ryan Day, and Neil Robertson 13-7 against Mark Allen. So they both had beaten really good players there, but quite a wide margin.
He's nicely on the pink. He'd have liked to be a little closer to it to make it a certainty. Virtually straight on the pink in the middle. In some ways, I'd like to see Robertson make the 100th century pretty early in this match, just to take the pressure off him, because it would be a shame if it spoilt the match a little later on if he doesn't get on one, because these two players are in fine form. It's nice to see Judd playing so well again. A little bit quiet this season.
Yes, slipped down to 8 in the ranking, so you know he's been near the top 4. He's been at the top of the list. He's been up and down a little bit, but he's still partly in the learning curve of his professional career. He's changed his shot selection slightly from what he was, and still he'll always be an exciting player to watch. He really does pull off some tremendous shots.
Leading the Spider, obviously queuing down from a great height, as it were, and he needs to really impart a little bit of check side on this to come back for the pink. And now, for me, this is very, very dangerous. Do that little bit of check side, is it enough? I don't think so.
8. Green. Neil Robertson, 8.
Well, a slow start, but I'm sure there's plenty of fireworks going to follow. I told him he's hit that one. Playing with a huge amount of power on this one and on backspin, but didn't catch it properly. So he must have missed the pocket there by 6 to 9 inches. He was fortunate that the red didn't cause more damage than that when it was running around the table. Very tight here for Neil Robertson to get to pot this red that's to the right of those 3 above the black. That's the one he's looking at, and hopefully he can get a path back down, transfer a ball colour. And the blue's there next to his hand as well. Pretty good with those shots. As a matter of fact, he's pretty good at most shots.
1.
A little unfortunate not to have a better shot on a colour than this. He's half ball brown. He's got a blue in the middle, which you can't really get onto a red. It's not beyond the realms of possibility. He might even refuse the brown because it's all these reds are not available in the right-hand side. And the angle he has on the brown, he can't guarantee getting on that loose red to the right of the pink. So he might just roll up behind the blue here. What's the angle like on the blue? Can he screw in and out of balk? No, just the tittle, just the roll up behind the blue.
Neil Robertson. fouls. Neil Robertson.
Well, by slipping past that red, it's giving Neil a chance now to drop it in. He'd be automatically on the black.
One.
He's got an angle to play the screw into that gap of the reds there. There's 5 reds. If you can get in the gap of those 2 that are directly above the black, he'll still be on the red that's to the right of the black spot. And he's pretty sure to spread these far and wide. He's just looking at playing for the loose red, but the angle on the black appears to be perfect. No, he's just going to play for the loose one, the one in the middle or the one to the right of the pink. Didn't get a particularly good contact, but he's still nicely on the red.
Eight. Nine.
Needed in the rest then, because he's obviously a left-hander. Both these players are. You don't see that a lot. Well, he could have played off the cushion for this red, but he just had the angle to hold it.
15.
Let's have a look there, what sort of angle you can go into that pack of reds with the black after potting this red along the cushion here. Or it's off the cushion, but it's not an easy one. But right, you've got to concentrate now 100% on the pot.
$16.
Just seeing if anything's available into the same pocket as he's going to be playing the black in. If there's nothing on, he can go into those reds that we talked about a little earlier. The one next to the pink pots, he may play for that one. No, he played the cannon.
$23.
He'd love to play the red in the middle of the 3, but I'm not too sure whether he can get through to it.
$24.
Choice of blue and green. You take obviously the colour that offers him the best path down to one of these reds. Not quite sure if any of them go into the left corner pocket. You can see that he played for the red just below the pin.
29.
Well, he came around to have a look at it, but it looks as if it'll got plenty of room. You can see the middle of the pocket there. Normally it's them all in the middle of the pocket. It has once again.
Could take the chance here of moving that red off the side cushion,
36.
but he's probably going to make sure of the frame, really. That's the reason he didn't bring the red into play. He knows that another 20 or so points and he's guaranteed of the frame. Then he can look at the possibility of a century, but where the balls are, it's going to be tough. Checking the scoreboard, 54 points in front, so red and colour is what he needs to take this opening frame.
45.
He was in the perfect zone last night in the final 4 frames against Mark Allen. Concentration personified, but what a kick that was. That is unbelievable. That's just squared up completely. That's one of the biggest kicks I've ever seen. Just look where the black hits. Incredible. And the frame's not safe yet. Because it's been called touching ball, he's just bringing the black into play here. Well, he tried to bring the black into play, completely mishit it, and nearly went in off. Got the double kiss.
What he had to do then is not leave Judd an opportunity to pot a red and get on the black, and he hasn't done that. This red doesn't go in the centre. He's brought another red into play, so Neil Robertson is 55 points in front. Would have been 62 if it won for the kick on the black. So and quickly things can turn round. Well, Thorne said is the worst kick he's ever seen. When he's seen a few.
Yes, I've taken a few kicks in my life as well, and that kick was colossal. Just pushed straight to the jaw. Fabulous pot. which puts him in a position where Judd needs snookers.
1.
Has ever been a better single ball potter in the game? I've not seen one.
Blue.
Imagine he's possibly either trying to pot the blue or put it safe. There's your answer, putting it safe. So barring snookers,
Neil Robertson,
Neil Robertson
frame.
will take the opening frame. And Judd decided that's enough, didn't want to mess about, and Neil Robertson's looking in pretty good shape again as he takes that opening frame.
And these two players have played 9 times, and Judd Trump has won 5 of those, 4 to Robertson, of course, and more importantly, Judd won 3 of the big ones, which was a World Championship win, a UK Championship win, and the final of the International Open in China. So we're a bit surprised about that. In the commentary box, we thought perhaps Robertson would have been in front, but there's not a lot between those two players. I mean, Judd Trump's been #1 in the world. Neil Robertson is there now. And as the circuit stands now, there's a lot of tournaments played, so changes can take place at the top quickly. Not quite, he caught the black a little.
1.
That was red, sorry, a little thick there. Played for the black. He's hoping to catch that second red thinner than that, so it would have gone more to the higher up the table and left the black available. Neil Robertson takes a little bit longer to decide what shots to play than Judd Trump, and in his own way, if he keeps potting, it feels that he's absolutely dominant in the game, but that's not always the case. He's just having more time on the table.
Neil Robertson.
Judd's not settled at all yet this afternoon, has he? I know he changed his tip after his first round encounter where he wasn't happy, and maybe this new tip's just throwing a little bit different. Usually when they're a bit softer, he was complaining that his previous tip was so hard. Now this tip's a bit softer. You can see it's quite a big tip, that. Obviously virtually a brand new one, and maybe it's just a little bit spongy, but he certainly gets a lot more reaction on this tip than he did the previous one. Some of the pots he knocked in the second round were fantastic. It's a good line, just a bit hard, this safety shot. Played behind the blue, may have second prize. Now, virtually got exactly the same shot he just played. He's trying to get in behind the blue. Very close this time. Just the wrong side of it. Excellent safety. I think if it comes down to the final furlong, that's going to be the key thing in this match. Who's going to play the greatest amount of good safety shots? You would have to favour Robertson in that department. Judd, as we know, is going to be always tempted with those long ones. When you think that he played to go for brown or blue there, he played around the back of the black. Once the red's gone in, a little unlucky not to have any sort of pot on a colour though, but he's playing this as a shot to nothing and just called it too thin.
Yellow.
That's one of the instances where the kicks helped him, took the pace out of the cue ball. That's amazing that if he hadn't got the kick, the white would have been about a foot off the cushion. The fact that he's got the kick took all the pace out of the cue ball and the cue balls ended up tight. Strange.
So there's no fast flowing stuff so far. I think this tempo of game would suit Neil better than Judd. I must say Judd has certainly worked hard on his safety game and has improved it a lot, but not up to the standard of Neil Robertson as yet. Not sure if he took that pot on then. At the pace he hit it, if it would have gone in the left corner, he would have needed to hit it hard to get down for the brown and blue, but caught it too thin. No, and then after the safety bout, long pots then come into play. Somebody make a mistake, it normally leaves something to go at this stage of a frame. I was thinking a lot about this because there is a red to the left of that pack of four there that is available into the left corner, but a slightly awkward bridging, I think. When he went down then it looked as if his bridge hand may have been impeded by blue or yellow, or both. Well, there you can see it, he's had to take his bridge hand out of position, and that's what aligns the cue. Well, plus of course the player's eyes. Not sure if he played to kiss those, but he'll take it. He's brought the pink into play. Such a great potter.
Yes, as he was taking the pot, I thought, well, surely he's going to kiss either the black and pink or a red in trying to get the cue ball into baulk. But once you say it doesn't matter when you pot like that. But he would have been expecting to be on the brown or blue from that red. He's got the bonus now being on the pink. And if the pink goes back onto the black spot, not its own spot, this is a very good chance to score quite heavily. Well, the pink spot's available, so it's not a good chance at the moment.
He's having a look for that gap there to get through to the red. It's very tight. That'll offer him better positional opportunities. And this one he's going to have to put a bit of side and backspin on.
8.
You won't be happy with that. Not quite sure what he played for. He could have played for the black in the corner or the brown. But at the moment he's on nothing. Just probably playing the black and rolling up behind the blue.
Robertson 8.
Once again, he slid by this kind of shot last time, so he decided to play it firmer this time and played it very well. That's a good shot. OK, he's left a pot at distance, but that's about as good as could have hoped for from there.
Another excellent pot. I think we just expect him to knock those in, but the degree of difficulty is so high. So we'd like to get the black and it's back in its own spot, obviously, where the reds are, but it's a little bit too thin the cut on the black. And he's got away, well, he's way past this red, so he's playing the brown, which gives him the easiest pot.
Well,
that wouldn't be in his best top 10 positional shots. Neil Robertson's not making much of his chances here. He's potting good reds to get in. And Judd Trump is not really getting any opportunities, so it's
Neil Robertson
slow going at the moment.
Well, so far Neil's safety has been granite. You can just see the red below the pink. And every chance of sending the white around 3 cushions in behind the blue, but it's one of those, you've got to hit it nicely. Not a bad line. So far, Robertson's dictating the safety battles. Safety not so easy this time. The red on the left-hand side cushion's causing the problem. Now he could play the pot and he can go through the red that's on the black spot and the 2 reds just below the pink. There is a gap actually through those. But I think he's going to have to hit it thin rather than thick, this pot. Just looking at that gap now. I think if he pots the red in the centre of the pocket, he might catch the first 2 reds. He might decide just to favour on the thin side of the pot, just to make sure he gets the cue ball through that gap. I didn't even take the pot on, but he didn't hit it very well. Now this is Judd Trump's first opportunity in this match, really.
One. Seven. Eight.
That was really well played. Had to get the amount of backspin on there perfectly, unless otherwise you would have been out of position. See the line he was coming on then. If he was short, he'd be near the cushion. If he's too far, then he wouldn't have been able to pot the pink. He's found the gap between pink and red.
22.
I'm not saying he's going to clear up here, but he'd be glad at the table time. He'd well potted just a few balls before this visit. He spent quite a bit of time in his chair.
$28. $29.
Judd's all-round game has certainly improved, and he works very hard. He's a very good practicer and still in the learning process, as I said earlier. Aren't we all?
35.
Yes, there's never a day goes by at snooker where you can't, learn some sort of new shot or a certain pace to play different shots. Judd Trump tends to like to stun everything into pockets. Very rarely do you see Judd Trump play a slow roll, especially into the middle pockets. He always likes to stun them in. Just the way he's been brought up. 19 points in front. Somehow he's going to have to get 3 more reds and colours from here after this pink. And as you can see with the position of the last 4 reds, that's not going to be easy.
42.
No problem with the red, but getting out into open play nicely on the pinks going to be slightly tougher. And that's worked out to be perfect. What a good shot that is. Very good. And another look up to the scoreboard there. 32 points in it now. So 2 reds, 2 colours, and it'll level at 1 all.
$56. $57.
Yeah, that's certainly finished his swim off now. Good positive stuff from Judd Trump. This was clear-cut opportunity in the match.
Judd Trump 63.
So the break ends there on 63, but barring snookers, it'll be 1 frame each. Judd Trump 46 points in front. There's 35 left on the table. Many players would have thrown the towel in there, but Neil Robertson feels he's this will carry on a while, see what happens. Now the blue's gone safe, it's not so good. I can't believe he played that. He did line it up to bring the blue into play, but he was hoping the red would go safe, and it has. Judd Trump deliberately played that at a gentle pace to force Neil Robertson to pot it. Well, he doesn't have to, but it's going to be difficult to not to pot it and get it safe. Well, he needed to get on the black there, really. It's a very difficult pot, but he's still taking it on. Well, Neil's conceded now, but he goes back to the chair, so that early 63 from Judd Trump has drawn things level. It's 1 frame each.
Yes, 25 this year, and that break-off's a fraction hard. If none of these reds pot by the black, he may take this red on down the cushion and get onto the black. He will be leaving a red in the middle, but be a tough one. Let's attempt to this one. The first real mistake from Neil. The last one was off a safety shot. That's off a pot. Judd Trump's having to put the extension to its full capacity here to reach this. Still not sure the rest is long enough actually. I don't know whether that will extend any more. You'll be pretty pleased to see that disappear. It was hard work. Faced with a long blue.
What?
If you look at it again, he's got to get the rest out of the way as well, isn't he? Which wasn't great for him, but somehow managed to pot it. Taking the black on. I can't believe that. Well, tell you something. What a shot that was. And you can see now why you played it. The only red he was leaving is the one he's now going to be on. And if he had missed the black, it would have stayed in the jaws of the pocket. He was leaving nothing. Very clever.
9.
Didn't get into the cue ball as you would like there. Needed to be straight on this pink. He can't just roll it in now and be on the one just above the black. That's what he wanted to be on, so he could move the other red away from the black. He's just looking now to see if he can still finish on that red and leave the cannon on as well. Just thinking 2 shots in advance here. I think if he just bounced about 2 inches off the cushion, he'd be able to see the red, but anything more than that may not be able to see the red. There you can see he's come 6 or 7 inches off the cushion. I think he's snookered himself for the desired red. Well, he's not even looked where the pink goes. That's why he's looking up in the heavens. Spent all that time thinking whether he could get on that red terrain and forgot where the pink was going to go.
Easily done out there. This is the problem is the previous shot when they didn't get on the pink. As he wanted to, it would have been straightforward otherwise. It would have been bringing that black into play and he may have been off to go. He likes these thin cuts along these bottom cushion there, didn't he?
Another thin clip here to this yellow. This time it doesn't appear to be on a colour. Certainly not on the desired red.
18.
Oh, we must apologise for that
Trump,
fraudulent
18.
slip that Terry made. It obviously wasn't meant to come out like that. Well, an excellent safety shot from Robertson. Very, very good.
Yep.
Well, he's thinking about playing this and hitting the cushion first and then going off the black. But as you can see from that picture there, this is very dangerous. I mean, the red could stay right over the pocket if it misses it. Better hope to get a good white. I don't disagree with Judd playing open, but that looked to be a bit excessive.
And how many times do you find the gap when you play that shot? Is good chance of covering at least half the ball with the ball colours. He didn't hit that well. Didn't get the spin on. See the cue ball more or less run through and he was playing to stun it.
It's a big target behind green and brown, but in playing off the pack of reds to get him behind green and brown, he's going to have to play this safety shot thick. And obviously that brings reds into play. Yes, he's got the angle right and he's brought reds into play, just a fraction too hard. Now we're about to see a Judd Trump special.
This type of shot, when you're playing against Judd, there's not the thing that is he going to go for it, is when he's going to go for it. He doesn't turn him down at any time. And when they're going in, puts pressure on his opponent, especially the safety play.
He's so disappointed with the cue ball here because he played to get on the blue in the middle. And Robertson on the last shot played a shot and didn't get into it. So I just wonder whether the table was playing a little bit damp. There's no reason. The weather outside's fine. Presume it's the same white they've been using on this table throughout the tournament. It appears to be playing a little bit heavy at the moment, the white. I mean, Judd actually winced when he played that red and didn't get on the blue in the middle, but he's still back in prime position now. Once again, didn't get into the cue ball enough.
There's the temperature gauge showing the constant heat under the table, under the slates. Certainly are a big help.
13.
Another example there, Terry. Usually you generate so much spin, nothing happened.
Yes, he didn't get anything on that. It's certainly something. It may be the cue ball. Perhaps the players may discuss it now.
And get him behind green and brown here with the line this is going.
Judd trump 13.
Good safety shot.
Great try. So once again playing with a lot of side spin here. And just as well he did, because he caught that very thin. And then Neil's looking at this red down past the yellow there. Neil Robertson hasn't potted a ball for 13.5 minutes. Now he's got this big shot in front of him. Once again, there wasn't a lot of spin on that cue ball. I got to agree with Willie Thorne. There's something affecting it. Well, I think it's the cue ball myself, because we've had about 4 shots for these two players now who are using backspin. And earlier on in this match, they weren't having trouble then. Of course, the referee did take the cue ball, as we showed earlier on, to be washed and get a wipe. It may have gone a little bit damp, you don't know. Referees are very good normally at cleaning the balls and making sure they're dry.
Just coming up to an hour's of play, you'd have expected probably all 4 frames to be finished and they're on their interval, but it's the way they go sometimes. These players are very quick players normally, but the balls, as you can see in this frame, are not favourable. And it's not an easy safety shot to play here either. There's not really a gap between those 2 reds on the right-hand side cushion there, on the back cushion to the right, to go through that gap. So he's just going to try and rest on one of those 2 reds, preferably the one on the right-hand side of the 2. Doesn't want to drift by it, otherwise that pot will be on.
1.
Another excellent single ball pot from Judd, but nicely on brown green. But as you can see, there's only the red on the pink spots available. Now we'll get some example of whether this cue ball is heavy here, because if we're playing a screw shot, maybe off the brown, trying to screw past the face of the blue to get onto that loose red on the pink spot. Oh, I got into that one. So that tells me there's nothing wrong with the white.
5.
As you can see, the immediate backspin there. Once the cue ball has stopped its forward motion, it spun back very quickly. The black back on his spot now.
Six.
You don't have any straight on this. You think you'd play a cannon if you get an angle. You're on the second of those 2 reds on this cushion. Very good. Not sure he's got enough angle to play that shot now.
Couple of more inches needed, but he can still get round the back of the black. Could have held for the black there, but decided to go for the blue.
14.
No problem with that. I can only presume, having another look at the screen, that the black doesn't pot in the left-hand corner. That's why he's played up for the blue.
19.
Yeah, there you can see clearly not. From our commentary position, it looks like it may. And that's a clever shot, because he had to push that red out of the way. If he'd have played it slowly, the red wouldn't have moved very much, and he'd have probably snookered himself. Look at the scoreboard, tells that if he pots this black, he's 50-80 in front, so he needs 1 more red. Needs the cue ball to be about where it is now if he can cut the red in that's near his arm there, but he's played for the other red. So this is frame ball. Obviously he would like to pot at least 1 more red to stop Neil Robertson coming back to the table, because we know he'll carry on if he only needs a couple of snookers.
20.
I can't believe how good he hits that particular shot. He played one the other day and rammed it in like that, and I mean the pace he's generated off that, not far off straight. Amazing. Looking for a cannon. Missed it, but still got the cut on.
33.
And that puts the frame beyond any reasonable doubt.
$43. 42.
Well, if he manages to pot this black and somehow kiss these 2 reds into play, I'll give up. Because it's that's why he's taking an exhibition shot on the brown to try and bring these 2 reds into play. Effort. Effort. Wow.
46.
So no fireworks from these 2 players yet. Neil Robertson made 45 in the first frame. Judd replied with 63 and 46 and takes a 2-1 lead.
Settle down, please.
And that's near enough the perfect break-off because the black's still in play and there's plenty of reds on. And I know players play behind yellow or green off the break-off, but the truth of it is, it used to be an advantage to break off, and not so much these days because they pot the balls over distance so well. But no point in just clipping the reds. You should be opening a few out to put pressure on your opponent with your break-off. That's a poor safety shot there. See, he puts a bit of stun in that as well as helping run inside, and he goes past the yellow line. But look at the reds, and the black's still available. I don't think get past the blue here. If he could get past the blue in between blue and pink and got the right edge of the pack, he'd be okay. Looks to be taking this one past the blue into the bottom corner. And we didn't go near that one. Oh. Oh. The red's gone in and the white's gone in. We missed that red by a long way. Well, by his standards, you'd expect him to pot those. Perhaps 6 out of 10, but no trouble. Just the 4 points given away. Oh, that's a poor safety shot now from Judd. Caught that much too thin.
Neil Robertson, 5.
Side didn't seem to take, and he's caught the blue and potted in the corner. It's like one of these what happened next situations here with the previous shots we've had. That one and the previous one. Let's get back to normal here. Well, he's not. He's been taken aback a bit by this rush from Judd Trump over the last few frames, because he looked very comfortable at the start.
One. Round.
Might decide to make something happen here. He could play for the loose red, but as you can see, both pink and black out of play. So straight away, Judd, as he always does, plays into them.
5.
I had the pleasure of commentating on the session with Barry Hawkins and Dominic Daly earlier on. Dominic had a couple of chances to do something like that and refused it. And that just shows you what can happen when you do play the attacking shot. Got one ball in play and plenty of reds.
Six.
No need to play a cannon this time because there are 5 or 6 reds that are in play.
11.
Even though there's all those reds in play, until they get the pink available or the black, it's always hard to win a frame. That was a bit risky to play that cannon, but it's okay. Unless he's hampered. Just stopped in the line where you can see he's now having to cue over the red. Now this makes this tricky. That's what makes them tricky. When you're queuing down
Judd
on,
Trump,
you can miss
12.
anything.
And if you look again, he's looking down the line of the shot from a higher position as well, so you can misalign the shot because of that. First ball he's missed for a while, of any note anyway.
One.
Just looking to see what happens if he just screws back about 4 or 5 inches. There's 2 reds at pot on the right hand side there, but can't get on either of them to make sure he can get on the next colour. So if he's looking to get where the white is now, then how difficult it's going to be to pot that red and get back onto a colour again. He's going to have to play plenty of pace here, not bound to screw off these 2 reds and get up for the pink or the blue.
6.
So what he's actually looking at here is trying to get a half-ball kiss off the middle of the 3 reds just to the left of the one he's playing. Now if he gets a half-ball kiss off that, he will screw on to pink or blue. There's the half-ball kiss, but no power, no screw back.
7.
We'll get a chance to have a look at this again, just to see whether it hits that red too thick. Yeah, hit it full in the face, that's why there was no screw.
Robertson, 7.
Let's come and have a look here. The red that's near the right corner is available, but you can pot that and avoid the other reds on the way back down. You can't hold for the black, can't even play it slow enough to stay on the black, so. But you never know with Judd. Sometimes he feels that he'd be better off taking the pot on. Bit of naughty snooker, as he called it. Well, at the moment, Neil Robertson's average shot time is 36 seconds. That's very, very high. Judd is 23, which is quite high for Judd Trump. There have been quite a few safety sessions, of course, and sometimes you've got to give care to your choice on safeties more than when they're in the balls. But excellent safety shot there from Neil.
It's nice to see Judd just tapping the table there in appreciation of that excellent safety, as you mentioned, Terry. These two obviously travelled a lot over the last few years. They've been in the latter stages of a lot of tournaments. Been over to China on numerous occasions in the last few years. They've had to spend a lot of time together. And that's a decent reply.
Well, that plant there's not far off, straight into the pocket. I'm not quite sure if Neil at this stage can hit enough for the red to pot the second red. Don't think so. But of course, he'll be fully aware that you can't really take the cue ball up into the pocket unless he covers that plant for Judd Trump.
Well, clearly the only way he can get to it is playing a little swerve, but is there any point? Because the cue ball would virtually be on the top cushion and no colour. If he does play a safety shot, he's going to get back in the board. He's now looking at another plant. OK, he can play safe off this one. Even he could play the plant to try and cut one red onto the other and still get the cue ball in towards the green. The key thing is not to leave the red hanging over the pocket, because they might be able to see it with a white in the green jaws. But there's the white going towards the green. If it stays in the jaws, should be able to pot it. Wow, how on earth has that not gone in? Amazing. Has he angled him on the plant as well? He might be angled on this plant, I'm not too sure from there. He can get through to the side, I think, of the red to play the plant. Looking at that pitch, you can see that front red of the two. Just have a look at this white now. For all money, it looks like it's going in. How many jaws is it? 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 jaws and stayed out.
Knocked on the door and stayed out, this, as they say.
And the problem, how fine is he going to have to play this? He might even try and cut the red into the right-hand corner. That's what would be in his eye line. He's played in the left-hand corner. Oh, how's the white? That's a pretty good effort, Judd. Well done.
That plant's going to stay there for a while. Let's just clip the plant now. And this time he hasn't missed the corner pocket. I'm not quite sure if the plant is still on, because the red just clipped it on the way past then. Just watch this red now. Just touch that second red of the plant that just was available.
It's got to be made now, Terry, hasn't it? We'll get a chance to show it again now. You can see it's now set to the right-hand jaw, and he's going to have to hit this red extremely thin should he want to take the plant on, to in turn make the cannon on the second red. And I think it's too thin from where the white is at the moment. Judd's just debating whether to take it on, and I don't think he will. You can see there's a little bit of room in between them. Another good safety shot. Judd's got one more chance now getting him behind the green, and then the last of the reds will be on that side of the table. Oh, that's down to his new tip for me. It's just pushing a little bit when he's playing with a lot of side. On 2 or 3 occasions he's just got too much side on them. Surprised Neil's chosen to put Judd in, because if he gets this right, there's every chance he can get the cue ball similar to where it is now, or obviously we'd prefer to get him behind the green.
Have you got it, Neil?
Just taking it in front of again, because Judd's not sure whether he could hit the red as much as this. Let's see where it was before. That's where they were. You can see there that cue ball needs to come another couple of inches farther back, I think. There's our other referee just trying to give him a hand. Leo Scullion, one of our top referees there, just advising Tony Camilleri where it is.
You fast 3-1, Leo.
They had the wrong still up there that time, didn't they? So just having another look. He can't make it work now. He can't get the still of the original white. Well, that's where it is. As you can see, there is only about two or 3 inches off the cushion, and where the white is at the minute is about 8 or 9 inches off the cushion. So, if Leo Scullion, which I know he can listen to us in the commentary, just need to put the white about 2 inches further back where it is now, and it's fine. And just another inch and a half back. That's not too bad.
You happy with it? Yeah, carry. Yeah, it's fine, it's fine.
Neil wasn't totally happy with it. He's played that well, very well. What a great shot.
And that was the reason Terry, I thought, well, why is he putting it back in again? I mean, he'd have been a lot better off, Neil, playing from where it was previous. It was such an easy safety shot for Neil, because the white was up near the pink. He could have played half ball off the red that's nearest the pink and get in the same position.
Well, it could have been worse. Not quite sure if Judd Trump can pot a ball from there. Looks like he was certainly going to leave one of them on.
He'd be pretty pleased to have got away with that safety shot there, Neil, from the snooker, but we're going to have a chance in a few seconds' time just to show you the position that Neil was in, where the white was when he put Judd back in. So when Judd missed the last red altogether, this is where the cue ball was. I mean, look, he can get his hand right on the table, and the red that's nearest the cue ball, swing it around the same 3 cushions, it looked to be an easy safety shot. As it happens, it's not cost him because he escaped from the snooker very well. Virtually the same shot that Judd played a few moments ago. That's what Neil's trying to do. All too thin. There's surely going to be a pot on here somewhere.
Well, that wasn't a great effort, was it, from Neil? I mean, anywhere on the right-hand side of the table, and he's got it safe. And he's looking if the red does go past the red nearer the pocket. You can't see the one that's on the pocket. That's nicely played. Not bad. He hasn't got a good angle on the pink, but with the red on the pocket, he shouldn't have too much trouble getting on that. The blue is also available if he wants to take that on and come nearer to the reds.
Yes, playing the blue meant he was absolutely 100% guaranteed getting onto that red, but of course you can see where the pink would have gone onto its own spot, and if he'd have potted the pink, then there was a chance he could have snookered himself, so definitely the right choice. Now, can he get onto the black in the same pocket? He doesn't have a great angle on this red. Not bound to play this shot well. Did very, very well there to generate the pace on that. Well done.
14.
Yes, just gently coax that red off the cushion now. Perfect now.
15.
There's 6 reds though on that right side of the table. I'm not going to be straightforward to get on.
Mark Allen, I believe, led Neil Robertson 1-0 and 2-1, but Neil's never been 2 frames behind in his opening 2 matches. This is a great chance for Judd to open up a gap going into the mid-session interval.
23.
I don't think he's got a lot of angle in this blue, if any at all. Because he's looking there as if he's got to leave himself. I think the outside red of the 3 on the right cushion. So another big pot coming up for Judd Trump.
28.
Looking in control, but he lost position once, and now this is a tough one.
Judd Trump, 28.
One is surprised that he missed that one. He'd have been disappointed he wouldn't have been closer to it. His problem came a few shots before when he lost position off the black.
Yes, I like you. Didn't see Judd missing that red. But this frame's still in the balance, albeit he's 32 points behind Neil. All of a sudden, there's a few mistakes creeping in. He didn't hardly make a mistake against Mark Allen at all. Oh, it's Judd's turn to make a mistake now. Neil will be taking this on and trying to get onto the pink. Somewhere near where the cue ball is now would be nice. A little bit of side, just to swing it round those two cushions. Not happening at the minute. Very unlike Neil. That's a poor safety shot from Judd. Neil Robertson will be delighted if he can pinch this and get out of this session 2-2, because he's been outplayed in the first 2.5, 3 frames. And that didn't go clean. That's why the cue ball was running loose. He's not putting him in the middle of the pocket at the moment.
The pink is still available, but it's a lot more difficult pot now if he takes it on. He could pot it and screw over to the left cushion, but it's a tough one. He's just rolling up now.
Dean Robertson 1.
Okay, he may get another chance, but he'd be disappointed he didn't get on that pink. Well, he's going to get another chance immediately.
Well, brought the red into play, but as you can see, the cue ball's perilously close to the cushion, and the way he's cueing at the moment, this is not a certainty. A little bit of movement behind the curtain there. Somebody's probably thought the interval on this table just came off the shot. Good pot. Well done.
Eight. Nine.
Well, if he's straight, he's okay, but if he's well, he hasn't got a great angle. Has he got? He can just perhaps catch enough of the black to screw back to remove the red. I'm not sure if he can get inside them. Well, he can. Played it nicely.
16.
Not ideal on the red into the middle. That's why he's taking it into the corner.
17.
That's more like the Robertson pot you expect, right into the heart of the pocket. But he wants to try and get right behind this. As we see this red go into the heart of the pocket again. He's now on the black, and he wants to get right behind it for the red in the middle. Similar to the last shot, isn't it? Not quite on the middle, but probably straight into the corner.
$25.
Very nice. Well then, how much angle has he got here off this black to get as close as possible up to that yellow? Of course, the closer you are to the ball, the easier the pot is. Pretty good.
Only problem, of course, he's left-handed, so this is
32.
needs a long tackle out, I think.
Yep.
It's one of those, Terry, if this goes in, it's a frame winner, isn't it? But not guaranteed to knock this in.
Well, Trump can play with his right hand, so he'd have a bit of an advantage here. Good thing is he doesn't have to hit the yellow hard, because it's a good angle to come off the cushion and automatically be on the green.
Was always a possibility. Just
Need
didn't
Robertson
quite
30.
get nicely on the yellow. He potted some great balls there. The last 3 reds and 3 colours. He had to push the boat out. But as Terry mentioned, he didn't really have to hit it too hard. Perhaps hit it a little harder than perhaps necessary. What a big mistake that could be.
Two.
Almost went wrong. He may have a slight angle here. He can possibly cue past the side of the brown. Of course, if you're on top of it and he was dead straight, I'm not sure if the brown was in the centre, but it would have made things more difficult. Just had enough angle. Play that nicely. Trump 4 in front, so need up to the pink to make sure. Looks at the scoreboard, he's 13 points in front with just 13 left on the table. The pink goes in, and it's the longest frame we've had so far in this match, over 32 minutes. But more importantly, Judd Trump's won it, and he's 3-1 in front.
Frame 5. Judd Trump break.
Mid-session interval over. A very, very pleased Judd Trump getting frame 5 underway, having won the first mini-session 3-1. I think on reflection of play, it's just about fair, but Neil could have got out of it tall. Missed a relatively easy yellow with the long rests in the final frame of that little session. Be interesting to see how Neil goes about his work now. It's the first time he's been 2 frames behind in this tournament so far.
We'll settle him in quickly here now. He's had his 15-minute break to think about things, and he's played a poor safety first shot out there. Oh, wow. That's one of Judd's specialities, that shot. Just having a look at this right into the centre. I think it goes in the corner. But you put the extension on to play the one down into the green pocket. Save him playing with the rest. Still in a stretch, you can see his bridge hand is quite a long way away from the cue ball there. Very nicely played.
One.
But he hasn't got the spin on he wanted.
I bumped into them, Neil, in the corridor after they'd left the first 4 frames as they were going to the dressing rooms, and I said, guys, are you having a little bit of trouble with the cloth or the white? And they thought it was definitely the cloth. They thought it was playing heavy. And there's another example there. Normally they generate so much spin, both these players, and just not happening.
Need Robertson 1.
Go fractions. Left a long red on now. The pink is available into the left centre. The black may be on as well. As if Judd Trump had gone up against the green touching ball, which he almost done. Been a different story.
Well, if he's missed one of those all week, that's as many as he's missed, and he's already missed 3 in this match, long balls. It's been very, very proficient, Terry, hasn't it, that kind of shot so far?
He's missed 7 out of 12, I think. That's a percentage of 58, but doesn't always reflect properly on the numbers. I mean, sometimes the long pots are very difficult and sometimes they're very easy, so but it's a good average. You've been pleased that the reds didn't come on there for Judd Trump. There was a few reds available and one kissed into another one and they all went safe. Playing it gentle to go off 2 cushions onto this red. Safe in the knowledge as long as he doesn't go too hard and leave an easy red on. But he may have left this red on down past the blue into the left corner, but Trump hasn't looked at it.
Better weight this time. He's played it so well he can't see the 2 reds in baulk, so he's going to have to run off this pack of reds, try and get in behind the yellow. He needs to land though, otherwise this red will be cuttable. That's nearest the blue spot. Needs to get in behind the yellow. Very good, perfect.
I'd like to play for the red that's on that bottom cushion here. 2 away from the black and got 2 cushions and rest on that. It's got to find the gap though between the 2 reds by the blue spot. Excellent. It's even covered the one that would have been available along the cushion there. Really good stuff, that. Judd Trump has got a red into the right centre. Worth a try. He was always leaving the red on him. That's available there now, in just below the blue spot. Not sure if you can avoid the red that's behind it on the way down. And he played for the kiss. He didn't get the pot.
Yep.
Not happy at all out there. May have had a heavy contact. It doesn't look like the black would go, so I'm not quite sure what Neil played for then, because he wouldn't have been on any other colour. Only he knows. Trumpy looking down there, that red just above the black. If at some stage you can get on that, maybe trying it this time, I don't know. No, he's just playing for the red on the centre. He'll hold for the blue if he can, and then now you see he's looking at it
6.
now. What's about? That red goes past the black into the right corner. He'll be on it straight away. And it does.
7.
Now how's the pace?
Yep.
Not perfect.
12.
We know the black doesn't pot, so if he's not on the red above the black, he may have to play an alternative to try and get into the pink.
You see the red he's looking at looks very tight. Those two together there, and he's playing the red past the black. Knew he had to get a cannon right. Well, he's on the black, but he would like that black to be a few inches further out. It's not just the black's a lot thinner than you wanted for a cut, it's just that holding cue ball as well comes into it. Oh, he plays those shots well. See how he held the cue ball there with some backspin, very gentle push through of the cue. Natural instincts do that.
21.
There's no technical book that can show you how to play those shots really. There were some problems out there in this session. A few shots that the spin didn't seem to take on the white, and a few kicks. I don't think they've had many bounces off the cushion, which is something you get in, shall we say, a damper atmosphere.
29.
Still not happy.
They're thinking the table's really damp, aren't they? The minute there's another example. There's no pace off the cushion there. So that's his aspirations of getting onto the black off this red gone.
36.
Unless he plays to screw off the pack.
37.
This is a great chance, isn't it, to make sure you're going into the second session, which is tomorrow. No worse than all square. And obviously he'd like to kick on from the possible 4-1 lead he's going to have in a few moments.
43. Yep.
Just overdone that one slightly. He would have liked a slight angle on this red to get closer to the black, but he seems to pot them wherever the cue ball stops anyway.
$44.
Got the perfect angle to stun up for those two reds. They're available in the opposite corner pocket. Be interesting to see how the white reacts off this, because he's going to have to cue down on it, and if the table's damp you have to use a little bit harder. Now, he didn't get the desired stun again, but it's still reasonably okay.
51.
Well, that spread them out a little bit. Another good pot. After playing that shot, you expect to be a little bit easier on the black or pink, and when you left a shot like that, you can't
59.
think, well, it went down. Just played
60.
it as it was. Didn't worry about it.
$67. $68.
Amazingly enough, Judd has yet to make a century in this tournament. We've already had 38 centuries, and this is a chance of another one. But it'll be Judd's first. Try to bring the red over the corner pocket, but he's got a second prize. He's finished pretty well on this red into the ball pocket. Good shot.
74. $79. $80.
That's Judd's highest break of the tournament so far, amazingly enough. A break of 80. Having won 2 matches, you would expect that to be a lot higher. Didn't quite get into that properly. Needs a good cut
87.
on the red. Now, is he going to be okay on the black to get a hole for the last red? Not this time, may have to take the pink.
88.
Anything but straight is okay. But straight, you may have to use the jaws. Just off straight. Once again, he just powers those in.
95.
Brilliant shot. Well, the guaranteed position is pink in the middle, yellow into the right-hand corner, but he wants to make sure of the century. Well, a fabulous century from Judd Trump, his first of the tournament. The 38th of the tournament in total, but no position on the yellow. Well, has he? Through the gap. That's amazing, isn't it?
104.
Anyway, he could get on the green. Catch the jaws. He just popped some balls, this young man.
107.
Unfortunately, the Browns not got in for the clearance, but a fabulous break of 107 takes Judd Trump now 3 frames clear at 4-1.
Settle down, please.
Judd Trump is looking at the long red here, and he's in flow, and normally when he's in flow he goes for everything, but he needs to just hold back a minute. Robertson has gone long spells in this match without potting balls. He's at the moment just over 16 minutes. Earlier on it was, what, 25, 26 minutes he went at one stage without potting anything.
Yes, he's already missed 12 balls in this match. In the previous game against Mark Johnson over 25 frames, I think he'd missed 8 in the whole match. We've only played 5 frames and he's already missed 12.
Once again, a demanding safety shot here from Robertson. Ooh. Now then, if this goes behind the green, it'd be handy. Well, not sure if any of these long pots will go. Judd Trump is looking now at the one past the black there. Can't see the one on the left. Oh. Good goal. Just a matter if you can swing the cue ball round through those reds as well. You bet he can. What a great pop that was. Crisp. You could say he deserved a good kiss there. He'd like to play the black, but to bring it back into play and release that pocket.
So he did play the black, Terry. There's a slight chance the red he's going to hit into could move the red away from the black spot to the right of the black spot. But he'd like to get on that one now he's playing the brown. The one that's just to the right of the black spot, he'd love to get on that. Needs the white to slow up a little bit. That's perfect. Well played.
5.
Of course, the difference playing the black after this shot is that he's much closer to it and perhaps can get enough spin on to avoid that red, or at least control the cue ball.
6.
He played right-handed.
Is there any way he can get around the back of it, Terry? I'm not sure. Well, there's your answer. He could. But has he snookered himself? Now, obviously playing right-handed there is not as proficient as Ronnie O'Sullivan is playing left-handed. He's overhit that by quite a considerable margin.
He's on one in the centre, though. Not so easy, of course, but as we've seen from Judd Trump many times on television. Once he starts going, starts potting them,
14.
he just never stops, pots them from everywhere.
What a tough pot that was, especially as you knew if you missed it, you were leaving an easy red on, and that's the key in this game, to play every shot as if it means nothing when it actually means everything.
When he strikes the ball like this, he's a dangerous man to play against.
21.
Once again, didn't get a good contact, but didn't throw the object ball offline, and he's still on the black.
It's amazing how we didn't have an influx of players like Judd coming through, because he used to play in all the junior championships, and we used to run a lot of them down at the club in Leicester,
20.
and Judd Trump won probably 90% of them, but there was a lot of good young players that were coming through at the time, but none have reached the heights of this young man.
29.
Now got the balls in perfect position. Be disappointed if he doesn't win the frame here and go 5-1 in front.
36.
Yes, Judd is quite friendly with
37.
Adam Duffy, who's from Sheffield, and he's up here with Judd, and he's a professional player and came through those junior ranks at the same time. Michael Wasley, who played here this week, he was in that year as well. Judd's the only one that's pushed up to the top. He's been #1 ranked at one stage
44.
and may well get back there before long, the way he's playing.
45.
Exactly as played, just to try and open those reds
52.
out a little bit. Guaranteed to leave himself on that bottom red.
$53.
He's played for the one loose red, but he hasn't come good on it.
60.
He'll have to go up for a blue or bar colour now.
Yes, just pushed the boat out a little bit too much there, but played in such a way he wasn't going to leave a lot. But 60 in front, there's still plenty of balls on. 83 points remaining.
Just not with it, Neil Robertson. He's had a run here that he's played a few poor safeties, missed a few long pocks. He's such a great player, #1 in the world, and he's played great snooker here so far this year, but his standards are dropping here. I'm not quite sure if the table is affecting him more than it is Judd Trump. And a great pot.
Judd Trump, 4.
We don't expect him to miss anything now, but all these shots are difficult. More or less on the cushion there, cutting back into that pocket. So Neil Robertson is still in with a chance in this frame. hasn't potted a ball yet. He's 64 points behind. But after that shot, he may get an opportunity.
I think this is one of those, Terry, where he's going to have to just risk leaving the white on tight on this back cushion here and leaving the red on the cushion or the cut back, because if he takes the pot on, he can't get round the back of the black. I mean, if he's going to get back into the frame, obviously leave him a shot that's going to be missable rather than one that's going to be easy. If he takes the pot on and misses it, you'd expect to leave an easy red. Can you see a safety shot, Terry?
Well, you've just said one of them, which is tight on this, but he's got to get tight in the cushion because there's a red. If you look behind, just above the black there's one into the centre available, or perhaps two into the centre. He's taken on a... I'm not quite sure if the one behind the pink pots. If it does, into the left corner, he'll take that on. And that's what he played. He's been a bit fortunate to kiss that red away from where it was. And Judd Trump will be very happy with that shot. Neil Robertson will be certainly disappointed he didn't get an opportunity from that.
He's taking this cut on that's behind the pink, and I'm just looking down the line, and if he plays it plain ball, I think he'll kiss into the two reds, so he may have to play and stun it in. He's decided against that one, playing a safety shot off the two reds that are touching. Well, they're both struggling out there at the minute with the cloth. I don't know whether it's damp, because every time they're playing with side, they're either hitting it too thin or too thick. Judd Trump's already missed two reds when playing a thin safety shot, so obviously it's turning more with it being a little damp than it was yesterday. Because the basic shots that they're playing.
So things opened out a little bit now with the reds, and Judd Trump still 64 points in front, 75 left on the table. Should be a big steal for Neil Robertson, but he could do with it at the moment. He won the first frame, but Trump's won the next four.
Couldn't guarantee getting a good white there, but it was key to try and get a bit of distance between them. He's done that, but as you can see here, there's enough room to go around the back of these three reds. The only problem is kissing the pink. That's the problem. And that's what's happened. But luckily, I think it may be on the black. He's played around the back of that pink for bought colour. That's a poor shot considering he's potted it in the middle of the pocket.
Judd Trump 8.
So Judd 72 points in front, and one more red, and I'm sure that'll keep Neil Robertson sitting in his chair. He's played really good match play snooker. This last 3 frames, he's played okay. He's not as fluent as he normally is, but the match play has been very, very good.
And all the balls moved at the same time, but
Judd Trump 4.
Robertson decided to play on, but barring snookers, it's going to be 5-1 to Judd Trump.
1.
He'll be glad to have some potting practice here. He's only scored 1 point in
60.
the previous frame, and nothing until this effort
70.
in this frame. Now then, chance now to try and play for snookers behind the pink and yellow.
24.
He's not bothering.
25.
He's just having some practice for the look of it. Don't see that very often. So he's been starved of pots to go at, and the ones he's tried he's missed.
30.
So I suppose can't blame him for doing this. Just get a feel back for the table and let his cue action move in.
32.
Well, that's enough.
Neil Robertson frame.
Neil Robertson's had enough in that frame, and Judd Trump goes further ahead. He now leads by 5 frames to 1. Things getting slightly desperate here for Neil Robertson. Well, he's missed another one.
Yep.
Things just not going right for Neil Robertson at the moment. Got the jaws of the pocket. One mistake after another. He's 4 frames behind. Really needs to win 2 of these, the last 2 really. One of them would be helpful, but 2 of them would he'd be certainly pleased with at this stage, because Trump's all over him.
1.
Perfect on the yellow to get onto the reds nearest the black. Doesn't have to play into the pack this time. And this is a very good shot. Perfect pace. Well, say perfect pace is hampered, but the black will pot. Unfortunately, now he's queuing over a ball. The white's going to be going very close to the side cushion.
4.
And he's going to be hampered again. Now this is tricky, this black. Yeah, unlucky. I mean, to have finished hampered twice.
Trump 4.
But these are key moments in any sort of match. You've got a chance to kick on. 2 more frames of this session. If you can win at least one of them, it's a real tough ask for Neil Robertson to come back. On the other hand, if Neil wins them both, he'll be absolutely delighted to have got out of this session at 5-3.
You wouldn't be surprised if Neil Robertson won the next 2 frames, would you? I mean, he's a great match player. He's played tremendous snooker here so far in this year's World Championships. Beat Robbie Williams 10-2 in the first round and Mark Allen 13-7 in the second round with some excellent snooker, top quality. That hasn't been his day here so far.
16.
A little bit of both. Some of his poor play today, but also Judd Trump's played very, very well, especially in the last 2 games. Breaks 107 and 60. Probably leave this black so he can play half ball into the bunch, but he's just looking if the red at the back of the pack will pot. Neil Robertson, not one of those players that goes into them as early as possible, like most of the players do now. But usually a very aggressive break builder. Can't get the amount of centuries he's had without going into the pack early. That hasn't worked. He'd be very disappointed with that. Just needed to, what he was trying to do there is probably arc round the first red. You see a lot of the O'Sullivans and Judd Trumps play that kind of shot where the white skids through before it arcs. Can't imagine he meant to hit that red playing with screw. If he played it with stun, I could understand it. It looks like end of break. He'd be disappointed to be only 20 in front.
Neil Robertson 24.
Little awkward here for Judd Trump. Well, I wouldn't be playing that shot. He's playing to possibly pot that red and find the gap between the 2 reds on the left cushion there. Now he's looking at well, a plant. There's no one here. I think he's just playing the safety of this. And he took the plant down. Unless he just misjudged the throw of the white off the red. There's no value in that shot, is there?
There's one thing for certain, he played to get the white back in baulk, and that's how badly he hit it. Like the Judd Trump of a couple of years ago playing shots like that. He's been pretty safety first this afternoon. That's the first really loose shot he's played in the whole match.
I think he played the safety, but he got it too thick. Looks as if he may only cost him 1 point if the pink doesn't go. That's unfortunate there for Neil Robertson. Anyway, in the blue, would have been happy. As it turns out, that red down the bottom of the table is no straightforward safety on either. We all know he's got a wonderful temperament, but he's been tested here. He's slipping a few errors in. The ball's not quite running for him.
Black.
Just playing defensive safety.
The Robertson 1.
Pretty good.
Yes, was able to play that because the red up in balk, stopping Judd now going at that end of the table. And the fact that he's so close to the cushion, he can't get back to this cushion. Could do off the red that's on the left-hand side, maybe able to dig down and get the cue ball back where it is now, off the one that's on the left-hand side cush. That's what he's looking at. Now, if he gets this right under the cushion, it'll be Neil Robertson who's hardly got a shot he can play. And he's got near that cushion. Good shot.
I think you can lift the butt up for this red here. See, he's hitting straight right down into that cue ball to try and get back on this cushion. And he caught it a little bit thick, thicker than he intended. That's why he's not tight on the cushion, so he's given Judd Trump the opportunity now to play a safety and put it tight on this cushion. Nicely played, and the reds are starting to drift down to the other side of the table. There's 4 down there now, behind the balk line. He's covered the red into the centre, the left centre that's the nearest to the pocket. There's one into the right centre, but none of them are shots they'd normally take on at this stage. If you look down the table, of course, the red next to the yellow, you can just play that. Knock it back up the table and leave the cue ball on the bar cushion. The red, this stop doesn't go into the right corner because the green's there.
And if he does play that shot, he'd like to cover that red with the brown, which he'll hopefully do. Otherwise, it'd be pretty easy to play the red and snooker him in behind the green. So he needs to get the white in a position where the red next to the green is snookered. Judd might be tempted at one of these. Cue balls come off the cushion.
He's looking for a safety shot. I think you can see the red just above the black. It's straight into the bottom right corner, but that's high risk. There you see it. Even by Judd's standards, that would be high risk, and he'll go for most things.
I think that was just as risky as the pot you were thinking of, because surely it's an easy opportunity now for Neil to lay the snooker.
And he's having a look at that shot that Willie mentioned. It's maybe a little difficult from there. Have to cut it very thin, the red. But what are the choices there? The balls are pretty much all in open play, apart from that red by the green.
He must be able to hit the red thin, and even if he doesn't get the snooker, it's going to be a containing safety shot. I suppose what he's worried about, if the white is not tight on the cushion, it'd be easy for Judd to screw back off the red that is nearest and get in behind the green himself. Maybe that's what's stopping him taking that shot on. What about Terry playing the red into the green half ball at pace, sending the red up this end of the table and leaving the white down that end?
Yeah, that's an option. You possibly, if he had the angle, screw behind the brown as well, but taking quite a bit of time. We're unsure from here what angle he has got on this red.
He's now looking at that. He's just hoping he doesn't plant it off the green. I think he was playing that choice of shot. Yeah, he's going to play the one we suggested there. So he'll be playing this at pace, trying to hit it half ball. So the red comes past the baud line, hopefully past the middle pocket. He won't have any idea where the green's going to end up. Not too bad, is it, that?
There's a possibility that Judd could just roll off the two cushions onto that red I've circled there. Looks the easiest way out. Just get out of trouble this time and wait for a better opportunity, possibly.
Just wonder who's going to be tempted first. This is a tempter in the middle, but you know that Neil would be reluctant to take it on, having virtually got to win this frame if you can. Be a little bit too risky. Unless you can guarantee getting the gap between the blue and those two reds near the green spot, then he might take it on. But if he hits this thick, he'll kiss one of the reds at up that end of the table. But doesn't fancy that too much.
You just feel at the moment that any mistake here and the other player is going to go on to win the frame, the way the balls are set. But he's having a look at it. Pretty brave. What a great shot. And he did have a gap. But after saying that, he still had to play the shot and get it in.
One.
Played it a fraction harder, would have threw the white further to the right, and that's why he played it at that pace, to make sure he didn't kiss the two reds, and that for me was the shot of the match so far, and he's 5-1 behind. What a time to pull that out. The brown's not a certainty. He's on the red in the middle, but not as he would have liked. He'd like to be straight on it.
It is never in.
Robertson 5.
And unless Judd Trump is bridging over this green, there's a chance here in the centre pocket if he can get his cue past there.
But the bad shot there was the brown, wasn't it? I mean, the brown, it was perfect on the brown to have made sure this red was easier than that.
One.
Now this will hurt. He's 26 points behind. a chance of pinching a frame that will really, really hurt Neil Robertson.
Four.
Well, that wasn't his best. Well, he just had enough angle to hold for the black, but every shot at this moment seems so important.
And you can see he's not pleased with the position he's left himself on the black. He has the wrong angle on the black to come up for the reds at this end of the table. And if he plays to get onto the red in the middle, he needs to make sure he gets past the brown. But he's playing for the one next to the pink off 2 cushions. Well, played it off 1 cushion, but he still played for the one next to the pink.
Twelve. Thirteen.
He had an easier pot than that course on the red to the left, but he wanted to bring the pink into play. He's looking very confident today. Started a little shaky, but since the first frame he's been pretty dominant in this match. Once again bringing another red into play off a pot in a red. Full of confidence.
Yes, he won't be playing for the red that's behind the black spot there on the cushion. He'll be playing for the red in open play. He'll leave that till last.
27. 28.
Now go back to Neil's shot on the brown when he was perfect on the brown, and
31.
just let the cue ball run loose. And he still should have potted the red in the middle, I know, but he left himself
30.
slightly awkward. Now the work starts, because these remaining 2 reds are not certainties. Got to play perfect position. Anything but straight.
37.
Now he's been slamming these in. Let's see what he does this time. Can't slam them all in.
Judd Trump, 37.
I think with those type of shots, when you're hitting them that hard, you could bounce the red up before it reaches the pocket, and the catch is more like the top of the rubber instead of the lower part, which helps the ball into the pocket. And once again, Neil hasn't been given an opportunity off a Judd Trump miss. Oh, wow. He is struggling out there. It's easy to be critical of these players, but when you're struggling out there, you can miss anything and play some very poor shots.
We've said this on commentary many, many times about Judd, even when he plays balls into the middle pocket, how he prefers to stun them in. A lot of players would have ran that in, but he always wants to stun balls in. Now, Neil's looking on now, facing a 6-1 deficit. He's not perfect on this black, though. There's only 12 points in front. This will be 19. And he's red colour and possibly the yellow. Now, if he's gone straight on this red, this is perfect. Well played.
8.
Blue and yellow, or brown and yellow. Well played for the black to make sure, and I don't really understand why.
Judd Trump, 8.
I mean, that made the shot twice as hard. If we roll it in, he wouldn't have missed that. It's almost like Neil's hit a brick wall at the minute, Terry, isn't it? Even his safety's been very poor. That was, I mean, he had pink, blue, brown, black to get behind there.
I'm not quite sure if he's feeling slightly unwell, because he was coughing earlier on. He keeps wiping his forehead, and you know, he looks as if he may have. I'm not saying more than a heavy cold, but when you're struggling out there, anything can affect you out there. He looks pale at the best of times, Neil. He's just got that sort of complexion anyway, but he looks out of sorts. I had brown, blue on yellow to cover this red. Looks fit to come straight through the gap. So one good pot and a good positional shot here, and things could look better. You got the red, he needs a good kiss. Well, it could have been better. No real control of that cue ball, because he had to play it without side. The blue is available, but he could have quite rightly wished for something easier.
Yes, he's looking at the brown, which would definitely avail perfect position on the yellow. The blue, the white could run loose. He may play this just dead weight, just in case he misses it, because the blue will stop on the pocket. That's what he's done, and he's played it pretty well. And now just has to hold himself together, and this is a massive, massive frame for Robertson.
6.
5 behind, or 3 behind. Well done.
8. Yeah. $11.
8 points behind. Blue and brown are putting 1 point in front, so he needs the black, otherwise Judd will be able to tie. It
15.
looks like he's done the hard work now.
$20.
Been given a second chance by Judd, having missed that red in the middle. Usually
26.
33 breaks don't mean a lot, but in this context it's a massive break. The time he took on the black showed you how much that meant, and the stare showed you how much that meant. He's closed the gap, he still trails by 5-2.
Settle down, please.
Thank you, Hazel. Cut that one a little thin. Now this is a Neil Robertson special. They're normally very good at these shots, coming back for blue or ball colour. Wow! I'd like to see the speed that red went into the pocket.
1.
Amazing. Yeah, he's coughing again. Look, I don't think he's right, but tremendous shot that was. Got to ask the obvious question, would he have potted that red if he'd have lost the previous frame?
Certainly wouldn't have been as confident as he was getting down, having pinched the previous frame. Just those little 33 break to pinch the frame at the previous visit has given him his confidence back. And as John Parrott just mentioned, he'll be doing cartwheels if he wins this frame and gets out of this session 5-3. I mean, this has been a 6-2, 7-1 session to Judd Trump all day long, the way the match has gone.
He's still behind, though. If you win 2 sessions, you're 5-3, you're 10-6 up going into the last session. It's a big lead.
That's when you have to earn your money, Terry, as a coach, isn't it? And you know, when your player thinks he should be further in front, but you still should be. You'd have took 5-3 before a ball was struck, wouldn't you?
Well, there's a few things happening out there that we don't expect, and I'm sure Neil Robertson also doesn't expect them. It's a good pot. He's brought some reds into play, and he's got enough. The cue ball's far enough off the cushion to put some sort of stun and deviate the cue ball for the next red.
Eight. 9.
We don't really know if Neil Robertson is not feeling well here, but the truth of it is, as the championship is now, you play every day, so you haven't really got any chance to recover. He said 2 shots then and didn't really get the contact he wanted, the spin.
Yes, especially the previous one, the red to blue, he was expected to be top side of the blue. That one he hit purposely a little bit harder to make sure that he got around the 2 cushions to get onto these reds. If he gets nicely on the black now, you'd expect him to score heavily. We've just got time
15.
to show you the red when he's playing to screw top side of the blue, and it's an angle that there's no problem. You do expect to get this 9 out of 10, but you see there he's left it short. And this is a little bit short as well. May have to play a little cannon to slow the cue ball down. Now, if he's not hampered, should still be okay.
22.
There's a red available into the middle to get onto the black or the pink.
23.
Judd Trump sees the shot very early, doesn't he? He's down there and he's very quick, and he must be a difficult opponent to play against. You know, when he's at his best, he's very destructive. Can pot him from everywhere.
It's just nice to see him playing reasonable again, Terry, because he's gone through a spell this season where we've only seen just flashes of his brilliance. There's been no consistency at all in Judd's game this season. We know what a fabulous talent he is. And to do it at the biggest stage, that's what it's all about. That's what everybody strives for, to do it here at Sheffield. Maybe he's saving his best for this next 2 weeks. Well, certainly now the next week that's remaining.
$37. 38. 45.
Another
46.
kick. It's not too bad, but just taking the cue ball slightly out of position. You could just about hold for these red dead weight with the black.
It's another contribution of above 50. His fourth of the afternoon session,
54.
as well as breaks of 46.37 as well. Glance at the scoreboard. Tells him he's 42 in front, the black 49. So 2 more reds and colours to be absolutely certain. Doesn't really want to play for the one behind the black there. He'd rather play on the one on the side cushion because he's left-handed. And that red down the cushion is a little bit easier than the one along the back cushion. The one he's going to play is the one along the back cushion. One more red after this one.
61.
And he's going to go 6-2 overnight.
62.
Wow, that would have been any harder. That would have not gone in. That was high. Just look at this red. Went right in off the far jaw. Didn't risk going into them. I thought he would, but he played it absolutely to the inch. This is inch perfect, as JB would say.
69.
That's the important red. Pot the black as well. It'll be end of session. Still went for the big split on the last 3 reds though. He likes to entertain Judd Trump.
77.
Just check the score is 65 in front with just 51 left.
Well, Neil Robertson obviously resigned to the fact now he's going to be 6-2 behind. He's got it to do now, hasn't he? He was one of the favourites for this tournament.
84.
Has to win the next session regardless of whether it's 5-3, 6-2
85.
to get back into the match. But this is really nice to see Judd Trump playing like we know he can.
91.
Yes, he's certainly both. He's
92.
been the most impressive out of the 2 today. Sure, we were all thinking at the start of this match it'd be a cracker, probably go all the way, and it may still do,
99.
but nobody expected a 6-2 result for either player.
102.
Oh, they all like 100 here and there.
106.
A few exhibition shots here now. Those in the front row better watch out.
111.
Amazing. Where's this one going?
117 in frame.
Not quite. But it's been a wonderful potting and break building exercise here from Judd Trump, and he leads Neil Robertson overnight by 6 frames to 2.
Frame 9.
A little subdued yesterday, to say the least, but sometimes comes after a peak performance. I thought he was absolutely magnificent when he got over the line against Mark Allen. Final 4 frames were just flawless, so difficult to go to work sometimes the day after that, but should have had a nice long rest overnight and want to play better today.
I mean, Judd Trump will obviously be coming into this session just hoping worst way to draw the session. Obviously he'd love to win it and put the match beyond Robertson's reach. These first 4 frames are just massive in context of who's going to win this match.
Beautiful strike, really was. Need to flick a little bit aside on that to make sure he got round the back of the black. Couldn't hit it any better.
Just notice this Neil, we thought maybe he was a little bit poorly yesterday, and he appears to either be sucking a sweet or chewing something. He doesn't usually chew gum, so maybe he's got a lozenge in his mouth or something like that, a throat sweet. He was very poorly in his match. I think it was in China just before we came into this tournament, and we thought he shook it off in the first 2 rounds. Maybe it's come back again.
Great shot. Well, that's 2 absolute corkers, one after the other. Cracking long red. And the only way you can get on one there is to play this shot. Superb.
No problem here with the red, and if the angler can leave himself on the black, he can split those 2 reds behind the black and still be on the red to the left of the black. So he may decide to leave this half ball black off this red. It's one of those you don't have to play it too pacey. You can't guarantee splitting the pack as well. He's run through a little bit too much to have that choice.
Make sure mobiles are switched off, please. Thank you.
Referee Terry Camilleri just asking, there's a mobile just went off. The only reason I felt he should have perhaps left the black the first time to go into those 2 reds. It's not absolutely guaranteed to get a good split because those 2 reds are far enough away from the pack not to split nicely.
8. 14. He perhaps feels it may be better to go up to the blue. He's just had a look at the pack of reds. Should he go up for the top side of the blue, whether there's any plants on? You would think it'd be easier off the black. You can guarantee getting the angle off the black. I can only presume he's spotted 15.
a plant because he hasn't left himself a great angle on this black.
$22.
Just the
Neil Robertson, 22.
22. Couple of great shots in it, but as you say, I agree with you, Will. It was a strange way to try and flick a red out the pack, almost like trying to be too careful there, really. I'd preferred if he'd gone up for the blue and just come into the pack and gone that way, but listen, he's made 99 centuries this year, so he knows what he's doing, but he'd like that to have come out a different way.
Well, this could be the first attempt at a pot in this second session for Judd. You can see the one to the left of the black, and there's enough room to go in between black and red back into baulk. We hit that well. So well it stayed in the pocket.
Well, if Neil is spending this much time looking at the black, it must be tight. Well, it doesn't look tight from there, does it? Should be able to hold for the black. I play this with a lot of drag here. And it is. Great shot to have in your armoury, that drag shot. Push through the ball, keeps the cue ball on line, and then as the drag wears off, somewhere around about there, it just turns into topspin again. Beautifully struck, that was.
Doesn't really want to play into the two reds hard above the black because they're in nice potable positions. Just free them. Just a little gentle cannon. Now this is a great chance to take this opening frame, just checking that when the black's gone back on its spot, it will still pot.
Yeah, there's a little cannon. How many times have we done that one, Willie, where you just presume that it's there and you come back, play position on the black, and all of a sudden it doesn't go. So quite right to have a check.
As you can see from that picture there, you can certainly see the centre of the pocket in just about the right-hand jaw, so there shouldn't be any problem, but once he gets rid of this next red, you would expect to win the frame now at this visit.
16.
Already looks a lot more in-stroke than he did in the opening session yesterday. Hitting the ball with good authority. Poor contact there, though.
The year you won the championship, John, did you have a bad session anyway through there?
My memory's not that good, to be honest with you, but
because you normally have a bad session during 17 days.
There will have been something there where you weren't entirely happy with what you've done, but listen, you know, he's had a bad session in the first of the match, which is great. I mean, if you have one in the middle, sometimes you can leave yourself too much to do. But a player of his capabilities, 6-2 down, he's still got big chances.
Oh dear.
25.
I just feel he's the first session and this session. I just feel he's been ultra careful. He might not just push through that red firm. He's trying to be too precise at the moment. 47 points lead. He might risk going off a cushion for a baulk colour here rather than, if he could guarantee pushing the black safe and getting the white in the baulk area, he'd do that, but he'd be hampered.
Robertson 25.
Now he's got the black safe, as you can see by that shot, taking no chances. He's got the pink out of play as well. seconds away from 3 hours. There it is. Now Judd may take a chance here. He can flick off the pack and try and just nudge into the black, just to bring it, to free it. Still be playing the safety shot. Bit of value in that, Judd, isn't there?
Yeah, good shot that. As long as you don't bring the red back. Well, in fact, the end one would pot. And he's going to play off the safety and try and play the cannon and move the black, but we didn't see that one from our commentary position. Pretty close. Oh,
Foul.
what a
Just
mistake
round
that
4.
is. Trying to avoid getting the cannon on the black, I'm pretty sure, and let the cue ball go and end up in the pocket. So, chance for a counter here. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's making sure he didn't cannon the black there and bring it into play, but the cue ball's gone astray.
Well, he'd be horrified at that, won't he? That's probably as bad a safety shot he's played all season. Very, very quickly, he'd like to be on the half-ball blue into the pink, and he's got a chance to pinch the frame, but he's 2 or 3 shots away from where the balls are at the moment. Well, he's played to get, he did play to get on the blue there, funny enough, but gets the red even into a better position.
Well, if you're going to give any encouragement to Neil Robertson, keep missing shots like that, Judd. I can't believe he's missed that. He's just tried to check it up a little bit for the red in the centre, but well, I bet you Neil can't believe he's back at the table this quickly.
One.
So it's Neil's turn to leave the half-ball blue. It's one of these, he didn't just play it gently. Red will go to the right-hand corner and the left-hand corner. Don't risk knocking a red in. Just a gentle cannon. Couldn't do anything else but push reds over the pocket there.
Six. Seven.
Would like to push the middle red out of the way there, but this one still pots quite easily. Oh, it's a kick. Wow, could you believe it? That was just a horrible kick. It just pushed straight to the jaw.
Neil Robertson, 30.
Frame ball virtue that.
Yep.
Yeah, you could see it straight away, just push the red onto the top jaw. And another chance for Judd. Let the last one go begging, but this would be massive. He could clear the frame from here. Okay, he's got a fair bit of work to do. That red next to the green won't be easy. I think the brown might be covering the pocket for that as well, so maybe off the last red. He's going to have to get up and move that brown at some point.
During yesterday's session, I spoke to them both after the session, and they were both saying the table seemed to play very heavy, and when they were playing screw shots, they seemed to lose the spin. He was a bit upset with that shot there when he played a little stun shot and just ran through a little bit. Just checking the scoreboard to see what colours he can take. Obviously, he'd like to take the brown off the last but one red, or bought colour to make it easy to get onto the red. Let's have a look, 54 in it, this will be 48. So he can afford to play at least two blues maybe. You can win the frame without the black, potting the black off the reds, that's the key thing. Leave that black till last.
I mean, he doesn't have to win this frame in one visit. He'd love to, but where that red is next to the green is going to be a problem. But it's also very easy to put a snooker in as well. So, as I say, he'd like to win it in one visit if he could, but it wouldn't be the end of the world if he didn't get on that red, as long as he's behind it in the balk area.
It wouldn't be a bad thing to play for the brown off this red that's nearest the black spot,
7.
and then at least you know wherever you finish on the brown, you've got the red out over the hole, and then you've done half the trick, haven't you?
Yep, good thinking, Batman.
Eight.
Didn't have the angle on the red to get close to the brown. I just wonder whether they'll do it off this red now. Obviously, the red over the pocket would like to have left it there, but there's no option but to pot it now.
14.
Another glance at the scoreboard. You just can see, he's dying to get on the brown, isn't he? He's just dying to, but... Really, it's not a bad shot to pot this red and try and kiss red and green. If you're worried about it, at least you'll be on the brown. We know now that obviously the red can't pass the brown, otherwise he wouldn't be studying this long. Well, don't do that, you might pot 2 reds.
15.
Well, he's played for the brown and he's not on it. Bad shot that. Should have played the white right in balk.
Well, at the moment, this is not helping either player because the kicks are just horrendous. That was another one. As soon as he made contact, he knew full well it had thrown the blue off. Just straightened it up completely. There's Judd's cue coming out. Disappointment. It's becoming a problem at the moment. We've had at least 3 in the opening frame.
As I mentioned, I had a little chat with him, and I said, well, you know, do you think it's the white? And do you think you need to change the white? Is it playing heavy? But it was the same white they've used on the first matches on this table. Whatever happens, Judd will be snookered at his next visit if he's not in a position where he can pot the red. Well, the way he's played it, that tells me the red passes the brown. So if it does, why was
6.
Why was Judd taking his time about the shot? Shouldn't have even looked where the brown was. Oh, it's amazing, isn't it, John?
7. $11. 13.
Well, they might ask for the white to be changed now because that's another kick there.
13
So they're just
in the
having a little
frame.
discussion.
Nero.
Shall we change the white?
We'll have a spare one there. Yeah.
They're going to change the white now after this, I think.
I think he's just asked him, want to change the whole set. I think he's going to change the whole full set of balls. I think either player are happy with them, so fair enough. Neil Robertson just said, let's change the whole set and start again.
Whatever happens, though, Neil Robertson wins the first frame and closes to 6-3.
You did see Neil Robertson putting his hand on the cloth.
Yeah.
And of course we play on heated tables to dry out the moisture from the cloth and to make them they run a bit truer, a bit run faster. You know, perhaps if the temperature of that changes, but they're on thermostats, so I don't see that that's a problem.
Shall we keep pondering whilst they play?
Why not? We'll have a chat.
OK, back we go. Starting again.
Yeah, interesting listening to the boys there. The balls have been changed. So hopefully these won't be kicking every 5 minutes. Ooh, caught the bump on the middle hole. Didn't want that.
Well, I've been saying it for quite some time. Why don't they just try and play one tournament in the UK without table heaters? Because we never used to have this many kicks years ago. And in this country, the climate's normally okay, where you don't... there's the thermostat at just over 50.1. And, you know, I'm sure even without table heaters, it would probably be 40 or something like that. It's just crazy to me.
Yep, definitely worth a go. Maybe pick one of the lesser events, shall we say, and just say, look, to all the players, we're going to try it, experiment, see if it works, and if it does, then they'll carry on with it.
Well, you know as well as I, John, it was only brought in when we played in Thailand and places like that, where the atmosphere was just so damp, they had to dry the cloth out. There's never systems like this over here.
Yeah, as I say, it's worth a go.
Meanwhile, Neil Robertson has an excellent chance to score a few points here and maybe close the gap to 6-4.
9.
Even that shot there, Willie, that definitely looks like it's very reactive. That didn't half come back. He hit that really nicely, but there was some reaction on that cue ball there. Table is very, very quick today. Noticed that for a couple of safeties. This absolutely flew off it. Certainly came back a lot more than Neil thought.
As far as I can remember, it's the first time it's ever happened at the Crucible, a complete set. I've seen the white changed a few times. Yes, and even that, you know, that screw shot seemed a lot easier. They were struggling yesterday to get the
60.
double spin on. Just watch it when it hits the first red, it pushes straight through it. And now this is an excellent chance. And should he go on to win this frame, I just wish he'd get 100 just so he can get that off his shoulders, because it's proven to be a bit of a chip on his shoulder at the minute, this 99 centuries.
Seventy. $23.
And there's a little bit betwixt and between, isn't he? He's trying to think of whether he can screw back and get on the black. But if he does try to screw back and get on the black, he's virtually going to be assured of leaving the black safe straight, which is not really good. I played for the pink
24.
once more, but he's running out of options now for reds.
He had a little look just to see whether he'd made that cannon into a plant. He's going round to have a look. Worthwhile checking. Don't think it looks absolutely straight on, but we'll see in a minute.
Yes, we'll know after this shot whether that plant is on. Still got a red in the middle. You look from a distance that they're set to the right-hand jaw. And there you can see it's set to the right-hand jaw, so possibly won't play that. The two reds will be available in the right-hand pocket should he get a chance in a few shots' time. Not bound to be on a colour nicely here. And the pink goes by the two reds, or does it not? No, the pink doesn't pot, so he's played for the blue. It's hard work, John, this, isn't it? He's struggling to get this break going.
Well struck. Nicely played. Perfect
36.
position on the red into the centre. So Stun up for the blue. Just make sure you get the right side of it.
37.
Just make sure you get the right side of it, Neil. Come up short. Amazing. The amount of times that happens. Stun up. That's another 6 inches on that just to go the other side of the blue. It's now it's a difficult brown round the angles. Straight in the centre of the pocket.
$41.
The red just above the black that's causing him all the problems, because once he gets rid of that, the 2 reds that are touching will be available into the right hand corner. He needs an angle on colour here to try and get rid of that red. I thought he'd play for the black.
Neil Robertson, 41.
So the break comes to a premature end at 41.
One.
Just having a look to see if there's a red in that little cluster on the right little pot, but looks pretty tight to me. I'll have to power off the cushion here, or he's found something else. Oh, he's played on the bottom red of those 2.
6.
In fact, if the top one goes, that's even better. And it does.
7.
Well, I say even better. Unfortunately, the cannon he was going to get was going to bring that red towards the black, so it's a misjudgment there. Originally, I thought he was playing the bottom one, so that couldn't happen, but the contact he got has ended up snookering himself on the black, so just a safety.
Round. Judd trump 7.
Needed to cover this side of the pack. Neil's got a pretty straightforward safety shot to play, just making sure he doesn't push a red over the pocket. The 2 reds will be probably kissing into the red that's to the left of the black, which could push right over the pocket, so he's got to be a little bit careful here. So much so he played it so thin. Look, that red was kissing into that one next to it, but he played it so thin and so good. That's the best safety shot of this session.
Yeah, excellent. This table really is very quick. Well, it went down there, looked like it was going to stop round about there, but bounced off the cushion and absolutely perfect. He'll do well to get out of this. Judd, leaving it safe. Could have suppose come off the side cushion and try and rest on the 2 reds from behind, but also round the angles is on 2 cushions, but see which way he plays it. That's Hawkeye's view, which is not very pretty. Yeah, so it's trying to rest on the 2 reds. And he's done it really well. Good shot.
There's the shot that John called up, just rest on them, and that's exactly what he did. Got to be a little careful, didn't kiss the brown in playing this safety shot here. Played it purposely a lot thinner than that, and this looks a good weight again.
Yeah, that's an excellent shot, and this time Judd can't play the shot he played before because those 2 reds have got quite a bit of separation between them. Not easy to drop on those 2 that are to the left of the black now. I just wonder if he's playing a little swerve, just trying to clip the outside. Well, he is on the way back. Slightly too thick.
Foul.
He's got enough, but it might not be the worst. Well, he's got a shot to nothing here. Red that's just below the pink into the corner, and he's also got, he'll have a nice cue ball down between, back behind the green somewhat, so can see him playing this one full-blooded, knowing full well he should have a good cue ball off it. Good shot.
One.
And not ideal on the green, but cracking pot this was, but no prizes for guessing where he's going after this one.
Sometimes you just wish, though, John, you'd finish up straight on the green, because you know that you win the frame if you pot the green and get onto a red. Of course, if Judd gets out of this and gets safe, he's not bound to get another chance. But where the reds are, whoever pots the next red, you would think is favourite for the frame, albeit Robertson leads by 39.
Foul, miss. Neil Robertson, 4.
Pretty good chance this will be going back. Don't think there's anything there for Neil. Yeah, no surprise there. And as I say, this is a lot more difficult for Judd here. You see the cue ball come off and missed by quite a way there, but he's not a red he can really rest on. He's trying to on the bottom, on the left-hand side of those two, but this is very tricky. That's well played again from Judd. So, he's been in quite a bit of bother in this frame, safety-wise, but he's managed to get out of it. And quite impressively. Yeah. So here's Hawkeye's view.
He's a bit reluctant to play it thin, just in case he kisses the yellow. But you know, if he finds the baulk cushion, it's going to be a tough safety shot. Whatever he does, he can't afford to kiss the yellow.
Now, Judd can see the outside of the red near the black. The only thing he's got to guard against here, of course, is not potting the black. Sometimes you play this, get down, play this safety shot, and don't even think of that, but you can knock the black in if you're not careful. Well played. Good shot, that. Excellent cue ball there. He's blocked off the left-hand side as we look at the table. And he's got to be careful. The red on the right-hand side is actually a blocker. If he plays off the red that's highest up the table, the one just past the pink, he's got to guard against hitting that one on the right-hand side coming back to baulk. So needs a bit of thinking about, and a good shot. Yep, there's the red. It's the one he wanted to miss, and if he's got away with that, he's been very fortunate. No wonder he raises his hand. He counts himself very fortunate there. Always going to be a danger, that red.
Yeah, big size to look at this previous shot. Needs a good safety shot here with that red being brought off the cushion. He'll be trying to put it back on the cushion if he's not playing a pot. Doesn't want to kiss the brown. Now this is a chance for Judd to get right back into the frame. If he knocks this red in, he's got every chance of getting right back into it if not win it.
Yeah, should be a nice little shot as well. Little soft stunt over to the side cushion for the black. Well, he chose to hit it in harder than screw across.
1.
Fair enough. The main thing is pot the ball.
Just play some strange shots. I mean, I honestly think the way he hit it, he was actually playing the shot you suggested, John. I think he just overhit it.
Or maybe he just felt a bit more confident playing it that way, but the priority was knock it in. Unfortunately for him, the position's not great, is it?
Wrong angle on the blue, hasn't he? Well, he's looking at the thin cut on the pink. Now, obviously, that will open the 3 reds, but he's got so much cue power. Surely he can get back down this end of the table with his cue power.
I can see him not missing the blue ever, but how's he going to get on the next red? Black is covering 1 pocket, 2 reds are in the line. So what's he played on there?
6.
Wow. Big shot coming up. He takes this on.
Well, some people say naughty snooker. Some people might call it something else, but if it goes in...
Judd trump 6.
I mean, if you're not going to play for a colour, why would you risk a plant? Very clever safety, wasn't it? Using the green to snooker him on the red in baulk, and obviously using the brown to snooker on the other 4 reds. Needs to hit this half ball to get the cue ball back into the baulk area. Well played. Very good. Deserves a bit of luck there with that safety shot because he hit that well.
Well, there's a big target area for a safety here behind the brown. Problem is, if Neil plays off this red that's near the black spot, he's going to hit the other 2 reds with it and might promote one towards the corner, so he's got to get a good cue ball if he plays this. That is a big area there down behind the brown. He's just thinking about it. Is it worth the risk? Hasn't got many other shots on in fairness.
Yeah, be very concerned, wouldn't he, about bringing those 2 reds into play that the red will kiss into. And they're virtually out of the game at the minute where they are, unless the black's on its spot. But as you rightly say, how can he avoid playing that shot? Unless he tries to cut this red in. The one to the right of the black spot will cut by the other 2. Yeah, the half ball safety just kisses into the 2 reds, and he'd love to leave those where they are.
Well, he's certainly taking his time over it, but still think it's the right shot to play this. Big target there. He managed to miss the 2 reds. And that is a superb shot.
You saw him shaking his head when he sat down, thinking, well, why have I took a minute and a half to play that? He realised that the shot was on. Oh dear.
Wow. Miss. Neil Robertson 5.
That could and maybe should cost him the frame.
One.
All these 4 reds appear in a position where they don't pot. If he plays the blue, he could try and kiss into the black. Playing the pink, I can only presume he's going to try and force over to kiss that red that's below the pink. Just got a bit of an angle, as you can see on the pink there. The blue looks a better choice. John, either play the kiss into the black or the kiss into the 2 reds.
Yeah, it's one you just, it could go wrong. It's sort of got to try and force this out. Well, obviously that red must pass past the black into the top left-hand pocket, because that's what he's played on.
7.
Yeah, didn't get the cleanest of contacts, but we couldn't see there really. It didn't look from here like that red was going to pot, but that's what he's played on.
Yes, we'll show you a picture here in a moment that you can see it's just as go. And there it is.
Eight.
Takes him 52 in front with 51 on. So it looks like he's going to close just 2 frames behind.
Yeah, just landed in a slightly awkward spot. This was a natural angle to pot the red. You're going to cannon into the black if you stun it. And he had a little look to see what that was like, because you don't want to pot this red and then pot the black either. So, gotta be careful. So careful, in fact, he didn't play it.
Neil Robertson 10.
Well, barring snookers, Robertson would have closed to 6-4.
Oh, decent idea to try and get the red down the table towards the black, but went very close to the corner pocket. He'll be glad to see it rest on the side cushion, that's for sure. Missed a trick there, really. Judd had a chance to get him up behind the brown there. Just didn't put enough side on that cue ball.
Using the pot, knowing that he can get a perfect white here and behind the brown. This is a better line.
And conceded. Frame Neil Robertson.
Well, he's decided to concede, so Neil Robertson done what he wanted to do coming into this session, take the opening 2 frames and close this to 6-4.
So, yeah, you by hook or by crook. But also in the frame before that, Judd Trump had a long time to think over that red over the pocket. I don't think Ronnie would have thought too long before working out the correct shots. Obviously, under pressure, your thinking process can go wrong, and you have to double think sometimes. But perhaps they're both guilty of trying to be a little bit too precise instead of letting their natural talent flow. Very easy sitting here in the Winter Gardens saying that. But I don't know how John and Willie's reading of it is. They're involved, engrossed in the commentary.
What do you think, guys?
Yeah, I think there's a good point Ken's making, actually. Both myself and Willie have been talking about it, saying how slow he has been playing. And we don't know whether that's just an attempt just to claw his way back and change the scoreline that way, or it's a genuine tactic. But he is definitely playing slower.
Yes, we call it sometimes where he's trying not to lose the match rather than to win it. When you're trying to win the match, you just go about your work, you try and make it a big break every time you get to the table, but he's just being ultra careful at the moment, I think. But that is very pedestrian as far as Neil Robertson's shot time is concerned. Over 30 seconds, it's unheard of.
6.
Yep. Nearly potted the red there, Judd. Good split of the pack. Well, nearly went in. But for Judd, he just needs to get a sizable break, win the frame quickly, and get involved with his hand on the table.
7.
And if you do that, no matter how long your opponent's taking, there's Robertson's average shot time, 31 seconds. Judd at 22. So if I was Judd, I'd be looking forward to try and make a break in one visit.
Keeps finishing awkward though, John, doesn't he? He's not had an easy opportunity to get his hand on the table where everything's set. Even though these reds are fine, you can see the position he's finished on the blue. The blue doesn't pot in the corner, so he's got an awkward yellow or an awkward green. And when you're under the cosh like he is at the moment, if he'd won the first 2 frames, this yellow would be a certainty. It's not a certainty now, he's lost the first 2. But excellent rest player, and what an excellent positional shot this is. Well done. And saying that's still a little bit awkward, isn't it? He just can't get out of the woods at the moment. He's finished virtually straight on this black. There's a slight angle, maybe to push it around 2 cushions, but doing that, there's no visible red that's a certainty to get on. Just playing for the one at the back of the pack. But it's still not certain to get onto a colour nicely.
70.
This is what you have to do sometimes. You have to work until you get perfect. Maybe another mobile phone just went off. Just answer it and tell them you're coming home. Right, has he got the ball perfect this time? Not quite. Now if he's straight on the red to the left of the pink spot, this is the first time he's had the balls in a position
21.
where you'd expect to get nicely on his next colour.
$22.
Yeah, good shot that. Stunned up. Red at the back of the cluster
29.
here. Little run through back onto the black, and this is a very decent response at the minute from Judd. More or less frozen out the first 2 frames, didn't have any decent chances. Seen the scoreboard change from 6-2 to 6-4.
But how careless was that shot on the red as Neil looks on? He's just pushed that into a position now on this black where he's going to struggle to get on the next red. Got to finish half ball on that black. It's all his own fault, and if he's on one in the middle, it's very fortunate.
37.
Yeah, tricky little shot. Well negotiated.
38.
So he recovered, he got a little bit fortunate with his last positional shot. But redeemed it.
That's better. Played that nicely.
39.
Just had to miss that red on the cushion. He's bound to be on 2 reds. Decided to go for the blue this time.
46.
He had a glance at this red last time, which he could have played to get on the black, but he decided to play the other red. Tight, isn't it? We'll know whether he feels it's an easy pot after this shot. He's played for choice of 2 reds. This is a good effort. It's his first real opportunity to score in this opening 2.5 frames, and he's taken these quite well so far. Been out of position on a couple of occasions. You can definitely see the middle of the pocket, can't he? So if he was dead straight behind it, he'd play that one, but he's decided, because he's got a slight angle on this red, he's taken the other one.
$57.
57 in front. It's red colour red. He'd like to stretch for this because using the rest it's a hard shot. Apart from about 10 points, he never really had that cue ball under control in the whole break of 57 there.
Reliably in form. That's the first shot he's missed with the rest in this match, so he's usually pretty proficient with it. I'd be quite happy to see it went safe as well. Good effort that though, the 57. As I say, he's been sitting in his chair for most of this afternoon session, so good response. And actually, where it's finished has left Neil with a problem. And don't blame him taking a bit of time on this one.
Quite a clever shot that he actually tried to put the red on the black, which would have made things a little bit more difficult for Neil should he get a chance. In his next couple of safety shots, should he get one, he'll be certainly trying to push a red safe as well. Just thinking whether he thinks he can see enough of this to pop the red down the side cushion past the yellow. It looks a bit tight. Looks a little easy to play safe off the two reds if he's thinking of playing safe. The two reds are together. That's now his choice.
Chance of a red that's just below the pink spot here. Just wondering whether that red over the left-hand middle would be cuttable if he didn't quite get this one right down to the balk area, but great shot. Wow. Well, he didn't deserve that to go in, so great pot. You see it excellent with side at the blue, and it always looked like it was going to be close. Just had his heart in his mouth there. For all the world, like it was going in. Well, it is now, anyway.
Yes, it's a good job it went in, of course. He misjudged the angle of the cue ball back to balk, and kissing is the blue would have left that red over the middle. As it is now, this red to make absolutely sure of this frame.
Seven. Twelve. 13.
Well, I'm very impressed with Judd in this frame.
18.
A couple of frames where he hasn't really had a good chance.
19.
Excellent shot there, just flicking the red out. But this is a good response, just to let his opponent know No matter how you're playing or what you're doing, I'm still here. And I'm still playing well.
26.
Can't help himself, can he? He just loves to play naughty snooker. Oh, look at this one when it hits the cushion. Left-hand side now. Fizz again round the back of the brown. Unlucky.
34.
Well, it took him 2 visits, break of 57 and then 34, but Judd Trump really got a foothold in this session now. He's won a frame and goes clear again at 7 frames to 4.
Neil Robertson to break.
Well, frame 12 coming up, and we always say every frame is a big frame, but I really feel this one is. You know, Neil Robertson won't have made any headway into this lead if Judd can manage to win this frame. It'll be a different type of interval if he wins it, Neil Robertson. Feel like he's making progress.
Yes, your target is always to win a session 3-1 in these mini sessions of 4 before intervals. The target's still on. Use that cue ball to slow down. The red next to the pink's available if it runs
Neil
on.
Robertson 4.
There's no real advantage in putting him back in again, because if Judd gets the safety right, well, I'm surprised actually, because Neil's had a very easy safety shot to play here. If Judd judges this safety shot right, he could be in trouble.
Yeah. You have it, Leo?
Not exactly sure where the white was, but just having a look at the screen now to just check.
Yeah, close.
This is where it was before. This is where it is now. Pretty good, isn't it? Half an inch away.
Yeah, it's one of those decisions. I think he's made the right one, Neil, putting him back in here, because that red he's trying to play off, you've got to hit that wafer thin. Anything else, you'll hit the jaws with the cue ball. Yeah, just take 2, is it? Got to make sure this is very fine. Well played. Oh, that's an excellent shot. Very, very good.
Got to be a little bit careful here. He doesn't play a push shot. He may feather the ball a couple of times and not reach. I played it okay. Goes without saying that Judd will be playing off the side cushion, just resting into it again. So doesn't really want to leave a touching ball, Judd. He's got to be a little bit careful because there's plenty of room to get him behind the green if he leaves touching ball. They're having a look at each other. Robertson's had a look. Judd's had a look. They've both nodded. They've got a re-rack.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that, in my opinion. That's all it was going to be, a stalemate. So well, Neil's decided to nip out and they set the balls up.
Yeah, and I was wondering to what extent it is a residue, if you like, of what was a very, well, uncharacteristic session that he played yesterday against Judd Trump. Perhaps there is a little worry in the back of his mind after that performance, Ken.
Maybe, and that's why he wants to be a little bit more precise and sort of take his time over the shots that maybe he felt he was, you know, his concentration wasn't too good yesterday, and he's trying to overanalyze things now, and maybe subconsciously he's doing it. He's not doing it consciously at all. So, but at the moment, if I was in his corner, if I was someone close to him, I'd say, look, let's up the pace a little bit. Let's speed up a little bit. Let's get your mind reacting a lot quicker, because your first instinct is sometimes always your best, you know.
Okay, frame 12. Judd's had a go at the long one, but he appears to be safe.
What a clever shot that was, Judd played. I mean, he used the pack of reds to bring the cue ball back into baulk. It's a half-ball pot, knowing that he kicks into the edge of the pack, and it's a clever shot, this.
Yeah, he's even more clever if he thought he'd getting a half ball on the yellow and leaving the cue ball tight on the rail. He'd be really happy with that result.
Foul.
Yeah, poorly judged that. I suppose he's... I wouldn't be happy it's gone in there, but it could have been worse. Sometimes it could have, you know, they jaw and the cue ball comes right up to the business end.
Looked for a minute there, he decided to take a long one, and he still might. And because of his cue power, he can screw back up to the baulk cushion to get onto the yellow. That's what he's deciding to do, I think. That's what he played. Left himself a bit of an angle, didn't he, on that red? You'd thought it had definitely got back into baulk off a straight one. But he's not left anything easy, which he could have done after that. Has to be questionable now, the length of time that Neil is taking. Good shot though, worth waiting for that one. Got to be honest there, John was saying to me, surely he'll play the doubler as a shot to nothing. I didn't think you could see enough of it. John was right.
Yeah, I'd just like to see Neil here score a few, but a lot quicker and a lot more fluent. I think he's at his absolute best when he's playing at a much better tempo than this. Not straightforward at the minute to get on his next red.
It's one of those, isn't it, where you'd rather not kiss the pink here. You'd either cannon into the red to the left of the pink or the red to the right of the pink. He needs to play some sort of cannon here just to slow the cue ball down. The one to the left of the pink, if we could guarantee it on that full ball, he'd be delighted with it. Well, played the cannon to the pink, and that's worked out okay. Did well to control that.
9. Yeah.
Wasn't happy with that particular contact, but no damage done there. Contact he got. Yeah, I see the red jump off the bed of the table, but not a problem. And he's just 2 or 3 shots away from having these absolutely perfect. Couple of little cannons required. Like to remove the red, the 2 reds that are near the top cushions, get them out of the way, and then the black will be available in both
16.
pockets. Hit that well.
Twenty-two.
Well, this is now an excellent chance to close again to within 2. And also an excellent chance for a very high break. I'm reluctant to say a century at the moment.
Yep. And that black will pot past that red that's on the top cushion. We thought that might have been stopping it. It doesn't, so it's an even better chance than I thought. And I just got the other red away on the left-hand side. Pot that. Just checking, you're going to stay there and make sure the black does pot again.
30.
Yes, and the black after this next shot, of course, will be well into both corners. Just asking the referee to respot it again. It did still pot, but he just wants to make sure, because he probably felt the last time it potted a little easier than that. It does pot quite easily, though.
Yeah, sometimes you get little indentations in the cloth after a couple of days play, and the black might have just settled into the spot in an awkward position for Neil. So he just, you know, no harm in saying referee's going to respot it for you, just to ask him. And then he'd let us just pop this and stun down and get that red out the way. He keeps looking at the angle all the time to make sure. Keeps thinking it's pretty tight, so let's get that red away next after this black. He's on it now, so this is a wonderful chance. And I'm not going to say it either, will he?
38. $39. 46.
The fact that he's left-handed,
47.
those two reds on the left-hand side are no problem at all. And he will pass the century before needing the green. All of a sudden, this is a great chance.
Robertson 47.
Well, he obviously did have a kick. I didn't detect it from the commentary box. We'll detect it from this slow motion, though. I didn't detect one there, John, did you? Cue ball's gone in the right place.
One.
Yeah, it didn't look a big one if it was one. It was also a shot he was playing with a little bit of side, wasn't it? The angle he had to widen that out a bit by playing a bit of run inside there. So he knows better than we do, but.
Seven. Eight.
Well, of course. Need contacts again, so might not have enough set of balls in the crucible at where we're going at the minute.
40.
Just checking whether those reds go. Of course, the two reds being on the left-hand side. Well, both players are left-handers, but as I say, being over that side, it's great for Judd here.
$15. 21. 22.
Oh, that was nicely played, and I think the position should be perfect. Couldn't have hit that any better. I had a look before to see whether that bottom red will pot, but even if it doesn't, he can play a cannon. Not great.
28. Yep.
Yes, both reds cuttable, both reds difficult. He'll be going in and out of balk with this cue ball here. Always going to be difficult that with the long stuff. Breaks down on 28. He's 15 points behind.
One.
She's got to put up with a slight disturbance. The other table's session's finished there. First session, so you can see the people leaving the crucible on the other side as slowly as possible and quietly as possible. They're trying to anyway.
Looks a fraction hard, but it's just pulled up in time.
Five.
It's 20 in front. Both reds. Preferably with colours, which will probably mean that Judd won't come back to the table.
6.
Won't be getting the red from there. Oh, we've just got a nice slight angle. John hasn't. I thought he was dead straight, but he can force it over to get probably about 9 inches away from the middle pocket on the left-hand side.
Yeah, we mentioned it earlier. Both players left-handers, so pretty good from over there. Doesn't have to do anything with the cue ball. I'm a little bit worried about the balls as well on this at the moment, because they were kicking earlier, but there's some heavy contacts again. It's 2 or 3 already in this frame, so must just be the conditions out there today. Well done, that puts him 28 ahead. Concentrate and knock the pink in. And this is a frame he'd have been desperate to win. Means he's won the first little mini session by 3 frames to 1. That's just 2 behind instead of 4. So definitely game on.
Trump's decided to carry on. So, but barring snookers, Robertson would have closed to just 2 behind. Well, he's just having a look at the scoreboard here, because obviously he's snookered himself, and he's thinking, if I swerve around this green and knock the black in, he's just making sure that he can't win, because it's quite a tough snooker to hit. So they're going to have to play the swerve. So 36, if he knocks the black in, 29, and then he'd want snooker to tie. So he's got to be a little bit careful here. Well, I can actually see it, so I didn't know what the problem was.
Robertson.
Judd having a look at the scoreboard, and because he's got a chance of getting in behind the black here. No, he's decided to concede, so Robertson would have been hoping to win that session 3-1. He has done, and he closes the gap to 2, but still trails by 7 frames to 5.
Box, it's John and Willie.
Thank you, Hazel. 15-minute mid-session interval over. Judd Trump now knows that he's got to be a little careful. He'd love to get out of this session 4-4. That's his target now, to try and win this mini session 3-1. But if Robertson wins it 3-1, as you obviously can see, we'll be all square at 8 all. The session we'll have tonight if that happens.
Well, even thinner than he wanted there, Neil. Barely touched the red. See it move there slightly, so he's left Judd a chance. It's medium red, but where's the colour coming from?
Foul.
Unlucky. Nearly got the ultimate there. Played the cannon. Very attacking shot. Just wanted to get a thicker contact on this red. Good pot. Wanted to get that about 3/4 ball. Got a little bit thinner than that and went in off.
Judd's find himself behind baulk close on a number of times this afternoon. He needs to make sure he misses this first red. He's playing it thin into the baulk. Did well. Not ideal cue ball, but at least he's got some distance between them.
Good pot there.
Seven. Eight.
Well, chose to play a very positive shot there. Plenty of deep screw.
15.
He's definitely on this red, but what's the angle like to get back on the black?
The only way he can get on the black, of course, he's running it through on and off the cushion, but of course at the angle he's got, he may even flick into the black here, and the pace he's going to have to play it or throw the white wider. It's one of those, John, is if you roll it in, and if you could play it hard enough to bounce on off the cushion, you wouldn't kiss the black, but the pace he's going to have to play it. To play that, it's going to throw the white wider. Especially with the spider, that's even more difficult. It looks like he feels he probably can't miss the kiss on the black in playing this now. Well, he did miss the kiss on the black, and he wished he'd have just flicked it. He's still just about okay. He'd have loved a little thin edge on that black.
Yeah, tricky little shots these. Cue ball very close to the black. And it's not there. Thought it might have gone. Thought
16.
gravity might have taken over there. It was slow enough, but didn't drop in.
Well, under pressure, that was a fantastic shot. Having lost the first mini session 3-1 and then seen Robertson start with a 20-odd break. A lot of pressure on that shot. He couldn't have played it better.
Yeah, got this shot here where he should play with a little bit of left-hand side here, and he's got a choice. If you play a cannon on the red on the right-hand side, if you miss the cannon, go past it, and you'll still have that red to the same pocket. He played a slower shot than that. Still got this red to the middle if he wants it.
9.
And he's hit that well. Perfect side of the blue. So he can screw back for those 2 reds I was on about before. There's different ways of going about things, and he's in good position now.
40. 15. 22. Judd,
Well,
22.
Didn't see that one coming. Pretty straightforward. Shouldn't have been a problem that for Judd.
Sitting in his chair looking a little bit forlorn at the moment, and it's just not happened for him this afternoon. It's not that he's playing bad, it's just that every time he seems to get in, it's awkward. And it's going to be awkward at his next shot as well.
Neil Robertson, 1.
Very good. Very good. Very hard to judge them when you play them that slow.
Well, that's an attacking safety shot, if ever there was one. Needs that green to come to his rescue. And it hasn't. No. Renowned as one of the best long potters in the game, Neil Robertson. Needs another one here. Because the way these balls are spread, if he knocks this in and lands on a colour, this is a great chance. Yeah, good pot. And these really are very nice indeed.
Well, he didn't get into the white at all there. That cue ball should have been at least a foot further in the table and obviously a lot closer to this red. He felt he had a bad contact. 3 points in front, and if he gets on this next colour, you'd expect him to win the frame at this visit. Maybe he can just screw back for the pink in the same pocket. If not, he can run through for pink in the middle or black in the corner.
Five.
His facial expression tells us it's not the way he played that shot, but he'll be pretty happy if this goes in. He's almost certain to be on the black or pink.
13.
And now it looks to be plain sailing, but it never is at this stage of a match when you're playing catch-up. It's been workmanlike this afternoon, hasn't it, Neil Robertson? He hasn't been his normal fluent self, but still looks like now he's going to win 4 of the first 5 frames.
21. $28. 29.
Yeah, he's taking these well here, but Judd definitely had his chances in this frame. I mean, he missed a red in the corner here. Oh, about 20 odd points. I mean, really, for somebody of his capabilities, that's a very bad miss.
$35. $36.
So already got a 40-point lead here.
41.
Just knock this red in, that'll definitely win him the frame. And Neil Robertson,
42.
slowly but surely, and literally this afternoon, slowly but surely, working his way back into this. He's going to be 1 frame behind. 7-6.
47. 49.
Taking these well though. Very fluent here, and he's such a better player when he plays at this tempo.
52. 56.
Well, amazing enough, that's the best break of this match from Neil Robertson. And he's won 6 frames, so it just shows you just at least getting a couple of chances per frame so far.
61.
Well, no clearance, but Judd
Trump
nods his head, and this is a very, very big comeback from Neil Robertson. He's won 4 of the first 5 frames, but still trails by 7 frames to 6.
Good break off that. Can't come down one side of the table. The right hand side's obscured, certainly by the brown for the loose red on the right, so difficult to get back to the balk area with the cue ball here. because of the red on the left-hand side cushion.
One.
Well, that's a magnificent pot. Judd played the only shot that was open to him, left the cue ball there thinking, well, if I've left you that, good luck with it, and he's knocked it straight in. Fabulous pot. The only downside is he's come right next to the yellow. He'd love to have been on the brown or the green there. Can't really get any pace into this shot if he pots the yellow here. Cue ball's just too close. Wow, big shot coming up, taking the blue on. What a pop that was. Never touched the sides.
It was a big shot in more ways than one, wasn't it, John? Because you're telling your opponent now, I'm ready to play.
6.
Absolutely beautiful strike that was.
Seven.
Be playing for the red that's next to the pink, to the left of the pink, off 2 cushions off this shot. Once he's left this second cushion, you're almost bound to be on the red. That's why you play it that way. Probably just got into it a little bit too much. Would have liked to have been a little bit closer to the red, so it's easy to get onto the blue. If the pink pot's in the opposite corner, it's not too bad.
And
he's not perfect on the pink. If he's any aspirations of getting onto a red, it'll be in and out of baulk. Seems to have upped his pace a little bit, walking around a little bit more quicker than he has been.
Yeah, always likely to be a problem that when the cue ball is so close to the pink, difficult to generate any pace there. So what was looking like a decent opportunity has gone west. The last positional shot to get on that pink wasn't as expected, so it just looks like a safety coming up.
90. Robertson 90.
Well, not a massive target, but I'm pretty sure Judd will come off the side of the pack and try and get behind that green. He plays his safety.
Foul.
Oh.
Neil Robertson, 6.
He's unlucky twice there because the pink's gone in, and he's actually played a really good safety shot that he's not going to like when he gets put back into bat, because that's what's going to happen.
Needs to miss ball colours in this, and the cue ball's going very close. Everything going Neil's way at the moment. The safeties are going his way. He's trying to hit this thin, and amazingly enough, if he hits it thin, it could flick off the other red and go very close to going in the left-hand pocket. There goes the red. Now how's the cue ball this time? Just can't get the weight at the moment. Cannot get that baulk cushion.
One.
Well, decent pot, just couldn't get the cue ball out. So once again, he'll just go down to the baulk here in a minute and work out where he wants to leave the cue ball.
If the blue had been straight, he might have took it on, but as you can see, he's obviously got a chance of getting a very telling safety shot here.
Neil Robertson, 1.
That's not the best, though. Judd may be tempted. This red, the two together, the one on the right as we look, and getting the cue ball back down this end of the table. It's a poor safety shot from Robertson for a change. No attempt at the pot. How's the pace of the cue ball this time? Looks a lot better.
Yes, Neil taps the table there. That was a very good shot from Judd. He's obscured the path for the cue ball with the blue and the brown. Well, looks like he can just get past.
Foul. Judd Trump, 4. Thank you.
The first poor safety shot Neil's played for quite some time. Now, if Judd had had a bit of table time this afternoon, you'd fancy him knocking the long one in. But he's had precious little table time, and not too many of these have gone in. 18 minutes since he last potted a ball. Well, is he aligned in this up dead straight? Now, the only problem if he lines it up dead straight, he's playing the screw back for blue or baulk colour. He might, if he hits it bad, he'll kiss the red that's nearest the blue. But he hit it bad. That's probably the best shot he's played in this tournament, if he might anything else.
1.
Well, that is an absolute peach. Straight in the centre of the pocket and perfect position. Could not be any better if you pick the cue ball up with your hand and put it there. Great shot.
Whatever he gets, he deserves after a shot like that, and he does need to get plenty because it's getting very twitchy out there for Judd supporters, and what he wouldn't give for a sizable break to win the frame at one
6.
visit.
7.
He's only made one break over 50, and he did that in the frame he won, where he made 57 and 34. Apart from that, hasn't made a 30, so it's so important to win the frame at this visit if you can. Just get a bit of confidence back.
12. $13.
Or dare he play the little cannon on the red and black? Probably not, because he can win the frame without doing that. But he's going to need at least 2 of those reds at this end of the table that are near the black.
18.
That's if he clears the other 5. Yeah, may have missed a little trick there.
$19.
Poor contact there. Jumped up when he hit that shot. Obviously
24.
took a bit of pace out of the cue ball. Yeah, expecting it to go a lot further, but he's all right. He's still on this back red.
$25. $30.
Well, as you can see, it's getting even more difficult now to get onto the colour of the right side, never mind about anything else.
31.
Answers on a postcard what he played there. The fact that the green's off its spot helps, but this is going to have to be played to perfection to get onto a red. And it's just about perfect as well. It just needs a little bounce so he can play the cannon on the red and still stay on the black. Excellent, well played.
Wow, this has been absolutely superb. He's played 2 shots in this break. The opening red to pot and come back to the blue, but this was really well thought out. Perfect pace, up and down. Deserves everything he gets. This has been an absolutely superb break.
44. $45.
Yeah, no need to play any cannons here at the moment. I think the outside red of those 2 will pot. A little look to see if it'd go. Oh, I bet you wish you'd played on it now.
50.
Because that is end of break.
Yeah, tried to be too perfect, didn't he? Tried to just screw past those for the 2 reds in the middle, and if he's not on them perfect, be on the other red. Anything but that.
Judd 50.
Ultimately not going to win the frame, but that was an excellent 50 break. It really was very good. Yeah, good shot that. One thing Judd won't be doing is playing safe off that red that's tied to the left-hand side cushion. He'll be leaving that where it is. 28-point lead is more than useful at the moment, but he won't want him to get that off the cushion.
On the other hand, Neil wants to bring this red into play. The green is still in Judd's favour, but you'd think whoever pots the next red has got a chance to win the frame at that visit.
Yes, this is a very dangerous minute. A 28-point lead won't mean a great deal if Neil Robertson gets the next opportunity. Played that in such a way to be a shot to nothing.
The bonus is, of course, as well as playing as a shot to nothing, is put the red safe that Neil's thinking about bringing off immediately, but I don't think you can see enough of it. It's actually nearly snookered on all balls.
Yeah, that was virtually the ultimate for Judd there. Yellow snooker in one, blue snooker in the other. You can only barely see the red on the right hand side. It's got double kiss written all over it. It's not great for Neil, this. Oh, he's done pretty well to get out of that situation. Very well not to get a double kiss off the red. Well, he missed that by an absolute mile. Bad news, he's left Neil the chance. Good news, he's knocked the green into the side cushion. It should be difficult, and that red itself next to the green is no gimme. There's a lot of work to be done here. He'll do well to clear up in this situation.
One.
Just looking whether Neil's got the angle to pot this blue and move the red off the cushion. Keeps looking out. If he's not 100% sure, then he could also play the yellow, but thinks he's okay for this. Well, it's a strange choice of shot. I honestly didn't see him doing that.
Lee Robertson 6.
He took the 6 points and laid a very good snooker, but I thought he was going to try and move that red off the cushion there.
Very, very good. As long as he kissed it full ball, he knew he'd got every chance of getting away with it. If he kissed it a half ball either side, he'd have left a pot. Dangerous. Has he got away with it? He certainly has. Had a result there. A good chance of getting in behind the black with the cue ball here and putting the red up near the other red. Or certainly past the baulk line. What you've got to do is make sure the red goes safe. Don't risk getting the snooker and putting the red in a potable position. And that's pretty good. Well played.
Excellent shot that from Judd. He'll just be trying to play dead weight onto the red to the right of the green here. He's hit the other one. Oh, and that last roll just stopped it for Judd to pot that. He may have stuck that up there, Neil. The final roll just did him there. I think I might be tempted to play the red on the left here, get the green off the cushion, leave the red where the green was, play a decent safety and get the green back in play. Gonna need it if he makes a clearance.
Called it to perfection. Has he got the snooker? Not quite. And once again, it looks to be the next red is going to be favourite to win the frame. Very tense moments now for Judd, having lost 4 of the first 5 frames. There's the cue ball going. He's okay. Good shot.
Tried to get that really thin, missed it and hit it on the way back, and where it's finished isn't the worst result.
We'd love to cut the red along the cushion and try and take the cue ball in towards the black, but it's too dangerous. Good going off. It's not an easy safety shot off the other red. Can't do both. Can't get a good white and get the red safe as well. So he may decide to cut this along the cushion. Got to be so careful at the enough if he plays to go in behind the black. Well, he's just played it dead weight. Just hopes he's not going to be snookered at his next visit. Oh, can you believe that? I can only presume it rolled off. Now, is he going to play the red, bring the other red into play? Does he need it? Let's have a look. 22 in front, 23. Yeah, he needs the red. Maybe worth the risk. If he plays it at pace, surely the white's going to come into open play. Maybe a little bit too thin to get the cannon. So just play on the yellow then, if that's the case.
1.
Needs to slow down, so he's got the angle to get on the red. Very good. That's an excellent shot. Under pressure, that was very good. Needs a colour off this red, though.
3.
Just said he needs a colour off this red. What's he done with the white here? Got to take the blue on. I mean, just play the blue, leave the white at this end. I mean, the black's missable. The blue I didn't think is missable.
Left.
Well, excellent. Good pot.
Eleven. Thirteen.
45 points in front. Will Neil come back to the table? Probably not now. And he nods his head. So that was a big frame for Judd Trump. And quite obviously sneaking out of the room. He now leads by 8 frames to 6.
Last frame for the session. The Trump to black.
Well, this has been announced as the last frame of the session because these two have got to come back later on this evening, of course, to play the final session. So to give them a little bit of time, it's going to be the final frame. So at least Judd Trump's going to be in front going into the final session. Will it be by 1 frame or 3?
Don't think Judd will take the chance of this. He'll probably pot this and come back up the table, but if he could stun on this, he'd be on the black.
Just readjusting the curtain there as it was kind of waving around with a bit of breeze, and this is a tricky red. This is not an easy safety shot. Well, that's... I didn't know whether he had a look at that before he played the shot.
1. Round.
Yes, I was looking at some stats, and apparently he did have a look at that plant, so excellent shot.
5.
Now he's in a great position to score a few points here and possibly take a 3-frame
6.
lead going into the final session tonight. And he'd be delighted the way the session's gone to have won 3 frames.
Yeah, the big thing, of course, winning the last 2 frames of the session. Got pegged back to 7-6, but you can go on and finish this 9-6. We'll be delighted with that scoreline.
12. 13.
Well, he can hold for pink or black here, whichever he decides to play the better position. Well, he's gone too far.
21.
Well, he's just completely... Well, miss-hit the shot, that's all I can think of.
Yeah, it's the first time I've seen a little bit of a quick cue action there. Certainly wasn't smooth through the ball. Had a little bit of a jab at that one, and he's ended up in no man's land. So here comes a big blue. Looks like he's getting lined up for it. Match time just goes over 5 hours now. Well, he's not playing the blue. Stretching on the black.
If he plays the blue, you fancy him potted. If he plays the black or the pink, it's missable. As he knows it's the last frame of the session, surely, is this a bit risky taking a pot on, John? Would you not just play a safety shot?
Yeah, tough decision. I think where the blue is, I think if I was Judd, I'd be playing the blue. If he can hold that and not get the cue ball on the spot on the blue, he's got a red right next to him that's perfect. But tricky pink instead.
Ooh, it looked high for a moment, and once you've taken a shot on like that, you deserve to get on a red. And as you can see from here, he probably isn't on one.
That is desperately unlucky if he's not played a superb shot there. Well, is it available? Oh, that's brilliant.
28.
Well, I didn't think he was on one, but that was an absolute cracker.
He showed some bottle here, John, as in the last 2 pots he's played. I mean, he's been out of this session totally, really, and if, like you said earlier on, if he wins the last 2 frames to go 3 clear again, this is a big feather in his cap.
35. 36. $43. $44. $51.
So break goes to 51. It was not on its spot there. I'm sure he noticed that, but sometimes you get down, don't you? You just play the shot and then realise that it's not there. But I think he's okay on the angle. Yeah, and just enough in it.
Yep. 57.
This was the opening plant that he looked at, and he took a little bit of time in looking at it, knowing he was going to get a good cue ball. And as you can see, he got the plant perfectly. And this is what's come of it, 57 and counting.
Wow, it was a tough shot.
From 57.
Excellent 57. You mentioned earlier how good his rest play was. He only missed one in the match, but that's an important one. In some respects, could have left Neil Robertson a bit easier than this. What a chance this is. It's a big ask. One red on the top cushion, one on the side. But he has been thrown a lifeline in this frame.
One. Five. Six.
It really is a massive frame in the context of this match. Needs that cue ball to go a little more. Looks like he's got the angle. Should be able to stun down off this blue. For the outside red. The 2 next to the black. Oh, he had a terrible kick again there.
Yep.
Real big bounce that was. There we go. See this again. Big, good strike that was, and then it just jumped up in the air.
It's always encouraging when you pot a ball having had a kick, because obviously you have to put disappointment to the back of your mind, and then when you're faced with a shot from just under the cushion, not easy, but played that very well. He's going to need the rest on that one that's under his hand at the moment in a couple of shots' time.
27.
Does he play on the red, or does he nudge it forward? There's your answer.
Yeah, and these are the shots the boys will be practicing for hours on end.
34.
But you can't simulate the position he's in here. Crucible. Final frame of this session. This is a massive shot. Beautifully cued.
35.
But of course you can't get near the red now.
As he's such a good long pot, you'd think he'd probably try and stump past the middle pocket, John, wouldn't you, to be able to use it with his cue rather than the rest, maybe?
Yeah, that'd be a good shout, Willie. The other thing I'd like to know is whether that red is absolutely tight on that cushion, because it'll make the pot a little bit easier. I mean, it's not easy by a long stretch, but if it's absolutely touching the cushion, well, it's very close. I think sometimes they're so much harder, aren't they, when they're just that little bit off the cushion.
A little surprise he's going to leave himself with the rest. If it's done just past the middle pocket, you'd have fancied him be able to deliver the cue a little bit straighter with his own cue arm than with the rest.
Yeah, as if this isn't tough enough, he's going to be leaving himself a very difficult one with the next. I don't like these at pace. He's going to hit the jaws and come out. What a shot that is.
43.
That really is very good. And here's another one required, and this has got loads of pressure on it.
Oh, this one shot could spell 9-6 or 8-7. And that's what John talked about. The pressure on that shot
Robertson,
was
40.
immense.
Thank you. Settle
What
down,
a turning
please.
point that could be in this session and the context of this match. Judd Trump will think it's his birthday, having been left 3 little stun shots on the trot to win the frame.
Five.
And there's the 3 stun shots on the trot, which should take him past the winning line. And he'll be absolutely delighted to have got out of this session still in front by 3 frames.
14.
Neil Robertson 1 pot away from probably making it 8-7. In it goes. That's the last frame of this session. Judd Trump knows he'll be 3 frames in front going to the final session this evening. Make sure you don't miss it. It's Judd Trump 9, Neil Robertson 6.
Points ahead here.
1.
Now, will he or won't he? No, he's played for the loose red. Once again, hasn't got into the cue ball. They've been struggling a little bit with this white ball today, and he's okay on this, but he'd like to have been a bit lower.
Very well played, and a little unfortunate when the black has come. He's on it, but he's going to have to go around the houses unless he can just hold it. And he has. He got the angle there, so he's on this red after the black has respotted.
11.
And these 2 players are both very, very proficient at going into the pack when they're very, very tight. You need lots of cue power.
12.
Now, once again, he'd like to arc it round the front red and come into the side of the pack. And he's blessed with such good cue power. Just needs to miss that first red. That's what he has done, but he didn't arc it quick enough. He missed the first red, which he wanted to do. Just watch the cue ball here. He didn't want to hit the first red. He wanted to arc it into the side of the pack. And he just caught that red half ball. If he'd caught it full ball, they'd have spread all over the place.
Well, I was going to say he got a job on you to get on the reds, but with Judd Trump, he's got so much cue power. Just playing for the one in the centre. Now then, crucial after this to try and get a nice angle. He can come for pink or black to go into the reds if need be. I love watching him playing because you just don't know what he's going to do next, you know, and he gets some criticising sometimes for being too open playing, but doesn't bother me. I love watching him play, and I think he's very, very popular with the people who come to watch snooker.
25.
Dedicated pro now. He enters all the tournaments, practiced very hard, maturing very quickly in his profession.
And this time he needs to catch that red full, but otherwise he'll glance off into balk. You see it glancing off there, but he played in such a way, just brought one red out. Very clever. If he's on it, it's a good shot.
32.
You can see this red. Just looking to see if the red above the pack will pot in the same pocket. Very clever shot, that. When it played slow into the pack. Because he knew it was a bad pack. So all he's trying to do is there's like a 5-ball plant there that's going to push that red up. Now this is the key shot.
33.
Whether he can screw into the bunch from the pink. He will be pushing the red that's loose over to the corner pocket if he gets this right. Got an angle on the pink toe. I think he can screw into the side of the pack, and he's almost bound to push that red over the corner. Unless he plays for it, that's already developed into the middle. Oh, that was careless. Boy, that was careless.
Judd Trump, 30.
I thought there was enough angle on the pink toe to just screw back into the pack. Obviously not. Well, this 52-point lead could disappear very, very quickly. Saving grace, of course, the blues on the side cushion, which you'll just about possibly need. But he'll certainly get right back into the frame, barring accidents. Not happy once again with the contact.
Four. Five.
Excellent shot. That brings every red into play now. Because in a couple of shots' time, he'll pot the pink, get that on its spot. The blue is Judd Trump's only saving ball here, I think.
30.
And already Neil will be trying to get on that half-ball green in 9 shots' time, 10 shots' time. Half-ball green, bring the blue into play, be on the brown.
20.
Isn't quite come high enough for this red. So I've got to try and flick the reds and stay on the black, or nudge the pink towards the centre. But with that red being on the left of the table there, that may block the pocket. And it has, I think.
21.
It's very tight to go in. End of break.
Well, I didn't think there was any chance he couldn't get those 4. The mood is in, he might take the yellow on. Oh, he's going to bring the blue into play. Can't blame him for that. Judd Trump will be breathing a big sigh of relief here, because it looked for all money that Neil would clear the reds.
Neil Robertson, 21.
And he brought the blue off one cushion, put it on another one, but it's slightly better. If he gets the opportunity, I guess, to clear up again, it's one good chance gone for Neil. Now then, Judd Trump's looking at this long pot. He finds it so difficult to turn them down, because he pots so many of them, but at this stage you feel that may be a better option to play a good safety here. It's 31 points in front. Oh, what can you say? Oh, blimey. A great pot.
1.
In this case, the pink is on nothing.
Might as well just roll up to the pink, might he, as we see this this excellent pot. He just played to go past the pink and be on the black. But the fact that the pink's gone touching ball, it doesn't appear to be a problem. Just roll up to the pink. OK, Robertson will have no problem hitting the reds off the side cushion, but can he get them safe?
Yes, I'm with you. What he doesn't want to do, though, is hit the pink too hard and put the 2 reds together, because that would be an easier target, and he may be able to roll up to them.
Judd Trump, 1.
Well, he has put them together. He's looking down the line. He hopes there's no plant on there. Amazing.
The plant's on, Terry. The only problem is, because they're absolutely dead in line for the pocket, if he kisses the first red half ball, it will make it what we call a reverse plant. So the only way he'll get this plant if it's at full ball. And of course, he will be playing it hard. He's got to hit it full ball, though. See, there the 2 reds are absolutely smack in line. Now, if he hits the red on the left-hand side, it'll make it what we call a reverse plant, and he'll miss it. So it's one of those, you're going to have to play it hard and hope for the best. You need to hit it full ball. He's got it. Well played. Very well played. But how unlucky is Judd Trump to have left those planted? And you mentioned, Terry, don't put the 2 reds together. And he did put them together. But, you know, it's amazing that they've lined themselves up.
Here you see the plant again.
8.
Right in the centre. And the other red looked as if it was going in, but just caught the corner and stayed on. Just 24 points behind now.
9.
That blue's still there, and it's on the wrong side of the table for Neil Robertson as a left-hander. And once again, didn't quite get the
13.
amount of spin you wanted. Does pot well, doesn't he?
15.
He just had to play the pace right as well, and he's played it almost to perfection. The reason I say that, he's going to be the wrong side of the brown. He'd like to screw over to the left-hand side, so the brown to blue is a little bit easier to get on. It's going to need a hell of a positional shot to get onto the blue. Now, will he play to move it, or will he play to drop on the cushion to give him possibly 3-4 pockets to get on? If you can guarantee getting the pace right, he'll play to get on the cushion, because it gives him the bottom pockets, the middle pockets.
He's played to bring it into play. What an absolutely tremendous shot. There was so much risk involved in that. If he didn't get the piss and gone inside it, he'd have been on nothing. A brave shot, and he's got the reward.
And let's remember, Judd Trump led by 50-odd points in this frame. This one will hurt.
$27. $33.
Just the black then. And what a steal it would be for Neil Robertson. He certainly didn't rush it. He stayed down in the shot as well. He's won the frame from well behind. And now the frame score is just one difference. 9-8 to Judd Trump. Just playing the safety with the look of it. Judd has certainly improved his safety play over the last few years. Pretty high, those numbers there, considering the skills of the long potting of both of them. Well, that's exceptional when you think it's a tournament from first shot played in the first round.
This safety shot's a little bit more dangerous for Judd because he'll be pushing reds over the corner. Maybe better to take the one nearest the black rather than risk pushing a red over the corner. And he's played the one, you see, that was the problem. He was always going to push red over the corner. If he plays the one next to the black, he could have only moved one red. Playing that shot, he's moved 3 or 4 reds, and that could always happen.
He's playing here with backspin. Well, he didn't really get into it. That's how much confidence this man has got with his long potting. He'd have been leaving Judd Trump a chance there if he'd have missed that. And they are missable at that pace.
Yes, we could see from that camera angle. He didn't quite catch it thick enough. I think it'd have got a little bit more screw back. Oh, there's a shot. I didn't see that coming. Now that could be very costly indeed.
Neil Robertson 1.
Missed this by a long way as well.
Well, that was a much easier shot than the red he played.
No problem with the opening red, but as you can see with the colours, they're not nice. This frame could take quite some time to work out.
1. Four. Judd Trump 4.
Well, there's another shot. I didn't see Robertson missing the blue. I certainly didn't see Trump missing that red. It's getting very tense out there. Needs that cue ball to slow up. I think it's just going to slow up in time. It's all about getting the blue or black out of the way, isn't it, before these reds all become easy. The reds are perfect. It's just the colours.
Five. Six.
Bringing the pink into play now. And then does pink go back in his own spot?
Yep. 30.
Oh, you gotta look at the table and what a mess. Blue, pink and black tied up. 3 balkals up the far side of the table in the distance, and all the reds down here. So if he clears up from here, we'll give him the freedom of Sheffield.
Yes, he might decide to play into the green, into the bunch. Could try to bring the pink and black into play here with a shot. Obviously, Neil felt there was
Robertson 30.
something happened in this side of the table, maybe in the commentary.
One.
Could take the chance of going into the get the colours split open, but he's taking the chance of doing it off a red. It's going to be a bit more difficult unless you get around the blue into the opposite corner. He's having a look now. Quite sure he's got the angle to pot the red and cannon that red and stay for the blue. He's going up for the ball colours again, waiting for another chance.
6.
If he got a slightly better angle on the yellow, he may decide to try and go into the pink and black, but the brown looks the only way to do that. I don't know whether he's going to play for the loose red, because that's his last chance, really. Well, what at the back of the pink pots. And of course, once again, there'll be no colour. And a couple of little cannons there has brought the black into play. Still got a lot to do with brown or yellow to get onto a red. That's an excellent pot.
Good pot, but has he got a nice angle here off this red now to get onto one of those colours? Well, he got very little. The black must pass now into that corner. He's worked hard to get to this stage. See the spin taken, then the secondary spin, and doesn't look if he's come out on anything. Surely he's not going to play a plant, is he? He's looking that red past. Just one by the black. If it'll go past the red, it's a bit tight. He is looking at the plant now. Surely not.
Well, the red and blue are, as you can see, 3 or 4 inches apart. Now, as you rightly say, surely not. This is a massive framing contents of the match. Looks like he's decided against it.
He's looking for something because he's tried so hard to get into this position to split the balls, and when he done got the split, it wasn't on nothing. He's playing double look. Wasn't a bad choice. Look at where he's finished. He'd have been on the pink. Could have gone on to win the frame.
The only problem with playing this red in the balk area, the red in and out of balk, is probably getting the double kiss. I know it's they're spread apart a lot, but if he plays the red up and down, the cue ball might cannon into it on the way back. But he's looking at an alternative shot. Snooker behind the pink. I should have had a look at this plant before, and it's even more dangerous from there with the red being over the middle. Good shot. Well, he's trying to get the cue ball in behind the green here. But he's got to hit this red half ball, otherwise he might catch the red next to the blue. Hit it well. How's the pace? The pace looks excellent. Well, the only difference with this is you can see Judd's full length of the table away and he'll be playing exactly the same shot. But it's one of those, if you catch this thick, the cue ball will do well to get past the blue spot. You've got to hit this good. He has hit it good. If it doesn't go in off, it's a great shot. Very, very good.
Baldness.
I'll try for the
That's off.
very thin cut, and well, he's in a worse position now. It's a free ball, but not going to make any difference. That's going to play from where the cue ball has stopped. These days when you have a foul, it's very difficult really, because there's so many options. You can, referee can give a miss. You can play from where the ball lies yourself. You can ask the other player to play the ball. You can get a free ball. I mean, you get punished a lot of times. Please. Yep. That's the one he'd like to get to. He's picked all the angles out and he's pretty close to this, I can tell you. Oh. Well, incredible. And they're always clapping, but I mean, that was so unlucky. What a tremendous escape it was.
Well, he's just looked at how on earth he's gone around the back of it, and you know, if we get a chance to show you that again sometimes, how he's gone around the back of that red, I don't know, but
One.
hardly any room to go around the back of that, and he managed to do that. He's come out nicely for the pink though. 16-point lead. Still not perfect. Because of the closeness of the red and black, he may decide to play for the pink here rather than the black. Just wait to see what he wants to do. No, he's decided to play for the black. Those two reds on the right hand side are easily accessible. And he's got a perfect angle on the black to get to those two.
$15. $16. 22. 23.
38 in front. The pink will make it 44. So every chance he's going to go too clear again. Just make sure the red to put the frame beyond any doubt.
29.
The blue's there as well. Can get into the black as well if he wants. He's got a slight angle.
30. $37. 38.
Holding himself together as you would expect from a former world number one.
$45.
No big breaks, but a very, very good break of 45 right at the right time. Takes Judd Trump further clear again, this time by 2 frames at 10-8.
Thank you. Settle down, please.
So the crowd in the Crucible are getting quite excited here. I think they're enjoying this match. It looks like it could be close. They start to look at the red to the right of the black into the centre possibly, but a difficult shot and risk involved with the red available above the black.
Got to be a little careful. Those 2 reds on the left-hand side cushion. Doesn't want to hit this too thick. Doesn't want to catch the jaws either. That's a little bit unlucky. Now we know Judd likes to play power shots. He's going to have to probably play off the side of the pack here unless he spots a plant. Well, if the plant's not a certainty, he may play the long pot and screw into that plant, which may make the plant on as well, so he could get 2 reds here, but it looks like he wants to take that one on. They're just that half an inch apart. So he's playing 2 shots in one here. He's playing the long pot. He'll screw into those 2 reds at the side of the pink. Just in case he misses the pot, he may get the plant. Well, he just made sure the pot, what an excellent pot it was, and the red was going towards the pocket as well. I thought he'd hit this a bit harder than this, Terry, just to give the plant a chance to go in just in case he missed the pot, but he went all out for the pot.
Yeah, the pot was the priority, wasn't it? It doesn't really matter what happens with the plant then. But it's got pink and blue available. Nicely played. Now then, where's the pink going to go? The spot is available. Is it available into one of the centre pockets? Or the corners? Mustn't be touching.
7.
Sometimes it's very important where the referees respots a ball, can make a difference. And he's looking here now to pot the red and cannon into the red by the side of the black, but if the cue ball was a few inches further away from the red, it would be an easier shot, but because they're close together, I don't think he's got the angle.
If the red next to the pink pots, that will help, because that'll of course then bring the pink back into play. It's hard to play at the moment because it doesn't pot in the middle, it pots in the corners into this top pocket, as you can see there. He's played for a choice of reds here. He'd like to get on the one that's right next to the black. Has he got the gap?
13.
He may have. Well, he's got the gap. Doesn't want to risk getting the wrong contact on the black, so he's playing for the pink in the middle.
14.
I didn't realise the pink potted, because he could have played for it on the previous red when he went up for the blue. Must admit he's holding himself together really well, because Robertson's got right back into the match, and then Judd Trump's played his best snooker. Won the final 2 frames of the afternoon session. Got to be very delicate, this. And it was. I mean, the red, when the pink goes back onto its own spot, obviously it makes the red not potable. Well, he's now saying that the pink's not potable, is he?
Yeah, it wasn't touching, but now you played the shot.
Yeah, what he's saying is that it wasn't touching when he put it on its spot. Now there's been a couple of shots played, put his hand on the cloth, maybe, you know, leant on the table like he is doing now. That may have made a vibration, which then has put the pink on top of the red. And now the pink doesn't pot. Now, in all fairness, perhaps you should have looked at the pink before that shot. Oh, the referee's done nothing wrong there, because he knew it wasn't touching a couple of shots ago. He's played 2 shots since then. It may have just been the vibration. He's obviously entitled to be a little bit upset because it did go the time before. You know, if you lean on the table, I mean, if you whack the side of the table, obviously there's vibration, and that could be all it needed for that to become then touching. We can't get right behind it because Judd's in the way. It must be very tight still. We might have a quick look now. Let's see if we can spot it. It doesn't look like it pots from there. Judd just cut in the way at the last second.
Well, he wouldn't be looking this long, would he, if it wasn't half a chance of it going?
This is the one
2
time.
minutes now. He's
Yeah,
looking at
this is the one time, Terry, as well, where Judd, if he said, well, can you clean the pink for me? I think he's got a mark on it. The referee would say no after this shot. This is the one time where a referee can not let the player have the ball cleaned. What was the problem?
All the fuss. Yeah. He's watching, you know, look.
It's not touching this time, Terry, is it? So maybe the red pots.
Well, it can't be touching when the referee actually respots it. Like you said, it could have been a... Well, it looks like there's rock in there, possibly.
27.
Well, if it's not touching, you'd think this red would pot in the corner.
Well, Judd doesn't want it touching now, does he? Because I think he'll go in the corner pocket and we stay for the blue, possibly.
And where does the next red come from? The one next to the black he'd like to get on. He was on it a few shots earlier, wasn't he? And didn't like it. He's on it again perfectly. Very, very hard to judge the cannon you're going to get on the black here because you're seeing the black very thin. See how thin he hit it? And he's got an extra kiss. That would have been nowhere, but it's on now.
Well, the cut on the black's too thin for him to think about going into the pack. He'll have to play something special here. Wow. Oh. Oh. Blue's gone in. Oh. Just about everything was moving there. Is he on a red though?
41.
To go 3 clear or 1 clear at this stage, that was an excellent pot. And what a brilliant pot. To take the black on, to try and bring reds into play at this stage of the game was superb. And he was granted with a shot on a red. Okay, let's look at the blue's gone there. Try to make something happen from a thin cut like that. But very lucky to have brought a couple of reds in play off the blue. That was very hard to judge, but judged it to perfection. Should win the frame now.
47. Forty-eight. $55.
This has been a real good exhibition. Break building, not the straightforward stuff as you normally get this. Oh, he's missed the pot in the middle. He's got another chance.
Judd Trump 55.
Judd Trump 55 points in front there. I think a black and another red would have clinched it possibly.
Settle down, please.
No, then. Neil Robertson hasn't potted a ball for 29 minutes. Potty win now. It's got him started. See what he's thinking about here now. Is you going to get the open reds first of all? We try could kiss one out off the block here, obviously, if he wanted to.
You'd have to say Judd was perhaps a little unfortunate when he played the last black into the reds, that he didn't get an easier red than he was left. But he played it very hard, that red in the middle, didn't he?
Nine.
That's not his best. He can still hold it though for the one to the right of the pink. If not, he can go for the one on the brown spot. Won't be using any cushions here, just screw up the line. Oh, now that is the first sign of nerves from Robertson. That was nerves. He's missed 3 blacks in here, 1 for a century last night. A red on the cushion has missed a couple in that pocket.
One. Five.
Needs another red, and as you can see, is hampered.
Just for the little extension, the end of his bat to be able to stretch over here.
6.
Well, we see the black will pass the pink in the middle, but Judd is safe in this frame. But you will play on if you don't get the black for sure now. Will it reach? Will it reach?
Wow. $13.
Big difference that now. 59 in front.
Just the double.
Well, the black doesn't win, but
14 on frame, Judd.
Robertson concedes in the chair. Judd Trump then is 3 frames in front again. 11 frames to 8.
Frame 20, Neil Robertson to break.
Oh, the final session of the last of the semi-finals, still in the balance, but obviously Judd Trump is big favourite to get into the semi-final. Of course, this is the last of the quarter-finals. Judd Trump leads 11-8, 2 away from victory, and they've been playing just over 6.5 hours. Has to be said that Judd Trump's certainly been the better player of the first half of the evening session.
One. Thank you.
And the great red then from Judd Trump over distance. Once again, he's played a very positive shot. Doesn't come out of it great. He may have 1 red available. The one to the left of the black. It's a matter if he can get out of there and onto a colour. Got a slight angle.
6.
Well, he has. He's left himself another tricky one.
Yes, good pot this, wasn't it? But the angler's left himself on the blue as we see this red go in from tight under the cushion. We do well to miss the kiss on the yellow here. But he has done. What a brilliant shot this is. Deserves to be on a red. And is he? That was a fabulous pot on the blue. Wow, how unlucky is that? Missed the yellow by an absolute fraction to come round the table. I thought at the pace he was playing, he was bound to kiss the yellow. But look how close he got to it. To generate pace from that tight under the cushion was excellent. He's still playing aggressively.
Judd Trump 11.
That's pretty good from Neil. He's been frozen out the last few frames. He hasn't scored a lot of points, Neil, and he'll be glad the interval coming. He would have liked another frame on the board.
Always have to be careful when playing that kind of safety shot. You're bound to leave a pot red on. So really he needed to find that top cushion and he hasn't done. So Judd will take this on. Plenty of room around the back of the black. The black, and so did Judd. Judd wouldn't have taken it on if he didn't think he was going to go around the back. Maybe it's just the pace. But once again, it's potted brilliantly in this frame, and he's not had a lot of luck so far.
Brown. Barnes. Judd Trump 1, Neil Robertson 4.
Doesn't look like we got a safety shot on here, really. You're going to be putting him back. It's not an easy 25 seconds then. We made his mind up to put it back, but it's not an easy escape for Judd. And you could get a good few penalty points here.
Brown.
Brown this time. It's closer. Well played. Now, because he's hit the brown pretty full, I think he's left Neil in a very difficult place now. And he can just get past the blue, I think, for 2 reds below the pink spot. He may play off those safety. Up to a minute now. Deciding on this is it's not a straightforward shot, but looks to be just going to play a defensive safety.
Yeah, Judd's got the upper hand on the safety exchange at the moment. That was just a defensive safety from Neil. So Judd, as long as he doesn't catch a baulk colour, should get the cue ball very close to the cushion. They've certainly got the upper hand at the moment in this exchange.
Very nicely played. It's given Judd Trump the possibility of taking this red on along the cushion, but if it is easy to get on a colour, it'd be okay. See what you're trying to do then, cover the reds on the right hand side of the table.
Well, this one is a lot more difficult for Neil. Very tough to get this safe. He's looked at the plant. Well, if he's going to be playing the plant, he'd be screwing back to this end as well. This could be very dangerous, but also very good. Good effort.
One.
Very good pot on the pink. That wasn't straightforward.
7.
Half ball pink, screwed on and off the cushion. Nicely on the red in the middle. Black available, pink available. A chance to get right
8.
back into this match.
He was almost forced into going for that plant that it started this break off because of the safety shot that Judd played, and you can see it here. It wasn't nowhere near a straight plant. He had to take a risk that he's going to make it. Reaping the reward now, though.
He'd be a little bit reluctant to play to get on the black from here, because he could have easily played this red that's to the right of the cue ball and got on the black, but the black would have been tied up. So he's using the pink for a moment until he can get rid of that red that's near the black spot. He knows how important a frame this is. Can't afford to let Judd win one more frame, because you can't make any mistakes when a player gets to 12. And now he's getting rid of this red that's causing a problem.
21.
So taking the opportunity to bring the black into play. And he knows with both pink and black on their spots, it's hardly likely he's going to score enough to win this frame now. But there's a lot more pressure on Robertson than there is Judd at the moment, so this is a real big frame. Nice on anything here, is he? He's potted the black, but
29.
the red in the baulk pocket is on. But this is a little bit tricky. You can play it confidently for the black. It's there.
30.
He's got some bottle, this boy. He missed a pressure shot a couple of frames ago that was the telling sign, but now his back's right against the wall. They're going in the middle of the pocket again.
$36. $37.
Just looking what's available in the middle pocket. You can see the 3 reds will go. Probably playing for the middle one of the 3.
44. Neil Robertson, 44.
He stops at 44 unexpectedly. He's 36 points in front, and he hasn't left Judd Trump with a chance. Just run past the middle pocket enough to go safe. Just got a feeling there's plenty of life left in this match. Judd Trump went into the interval 11-8 in front.
Be very reluctant to move a red off the cushion, the one on the left or the one on the right. He'd like to leave them there. Okay, the red pots in the middle. Should the white be at this end of the table, but it's in a position where it could help Neil at the moment, and that's an excellent safety shot. It's a tempter though for Judd, who may take this on. If you're 36 in front, you wouldn't take it on, but 36 behind, it's worth a go. Just got to somehow miss the red to the left of the black when screwing round 2 cushions to get onto the blue or bought colour. He's potted it, but he's made a cannon into the red, and luckily for him, the white's in open play. Once it kissed that red, it could have gone anywhere.
1.
Well, the white hasn't travelled far enough for his desired red. This red will cut in the middle, but as you can see, it's a very, very acute angle. I mean, this looks quite easy from the picture you have on your television, but as you can see, that angle is very acute. If it just catches the near jaw, it won't be there. But it hasn't done. Moves that white to travel a little. Not too sure where the pink was on its spot there. If it is, it's okay. I wouldn't expect him to win the frame at this visit, but boy, he can get back right into it.
He's a little bit too straight here. He'd be better off screwing back and playing for this red. Not much angle there to move the cue ball either way, left or right.
18.
And he put a great red to get in here, the same as Neil Robertson done earlier on. It's good stuff. Nice bouts of safety play, plenty of aggression from both players.
A
little unlucky there. He played to kiss the red half ball and still come out for possibly the pink. And the fact that he got it full ball, the double kiss came on, so that's possibly the end of break. But he's back into it. He's only 17 points behind now. Needs to keep all the colours in open play, but thin off the pink. Looks probably favourite. Probably in behind the green off 2 cushions.
Pink.
Maybe playing the pot here, is he? No, he's played the snooker. Needs to keep that pink in play though.
Judd Trump 19.
Excellent safety there from Nearland. He's going to have to be careful here. They're so close to the cushion. He's going to have to catch it very fine if he wants to go back down the valk. And you can see he's not even taking it on. I don't see that often, but he's quite wise doing that.
I don't know how thin he can hit this, but He needs to miss the middle pocket if he plays it thin. It's not easy to get distance from the reds here because as fine as he hits it, I don't see how he gets the white past the middle pockets. If he hits it very, very hard, he might bring the red into play. So just a negative safety shot. As long as he's not knocked them into a plant, it's okay. Now, I just wonder whether Judd can play this cushion first and get the white in behind brown and yellow. Surely he's not looking at the plant. Cushion first, hit it thin. The white will go just before the middle pocket. That's what he's going to play. Neil, he's got a massive target, hasn't he, behind those 4 colours in baulk. I'd be very surprised if you didn't snooker him on all balls. The target is huge. Judd Trump looks up to the heavens, and that was fortunate because Neil actually played the left-hand side of the yellow, not the right-hand side.
Well, you can see the red, but you have to play a very good shot to not to leave a on here. He's playing it dead weight. As good as he could have done, really. Oh, he's left that red on, or a possible pot in it, but I don't think he'll be taking that chance. It's not bad. It is available for Neil, this long pot, but it's a very thin cut. Judd Trump is in a difficult safety shot there. He was faced there, so. Neil is 17 points in front. It's a good shot from there. Gone a little too far.
1.
There we see it into the heart of the pocket. No, then what's he going to do here? You've got choices what he takes on here or doesn't take on. He's 18 points in front. 23 with the blue, but then he's going to face a difficult shot along the cushion. Joins the pot. He's looking around at other possibilities.
You think the points would be more advantageous here because he'll have a relatively easy safety shot on the red if he doesn't want to take the red down the cushion. Maybe worth trying to swing it around the back of the green, trying to get very close to this red. But is he just playing the snooker and blue safe? That's what he has done.
Robertson 1.
Sometimes I think you can be a little bit too cautious in this situation, but that looks as good as anything at the moment.
It's okay. I like Neil's safety play because what he does, he'll always play the aggressive safety, but if he hasn't got one on, he just plays the safety to put you distance between the two balls and waits to see if he'll make a mistake. You know, he's very patient, isn't he?
Yeah, I thought that extra 5 points might have been handy. Then he could have played the same shot that Judd has just done and try and get the snooker behind the black. But he's got the insurance now, of course, with the blue being safe. Another excellent safety shot from Neil. I think there's a little bit sticking out.
He hasn't covered the red with the brown, so he's given Neil a few options now. No, it doesn't look if you can stand behind the green, so big target area again. Pink and green blocking that path, and he's played it well. So he keeps pressurising Judd Trump with his safety. It's not like putting him in really difficult positions all the time, but he's never really got anything to go at. Could hit. Oh, he's been unlucky there. In off on the reds on the hole.
Robertson 4.
So it's 4 points. 22 points in front now. So red and pink. Put him 29 in front. The only problem is he left himself a little too thin on that pink to be able to play for the yellow.
7.
So Judd Trump needs just one snooker at the moment. Another excellent shot. Of course, he's got the safeguard of the blue not being available anyway. Took a bit of pressure off that pot.
12.
He's not going to give up easy, that's for sure now.
Yes, he's going to be back within 2.
16. On the frame.
So the blue stays out, but Neil Robertson has pulled another one back. Still trails though by 11 frames to 9.
We'll leave you with a few stats to look at while the players have left the auditorium, and we'll pick up commentary when they return.
frame 21. Judd Trump to break.
Oh, Judd Trump breaking off in frame 21. And we're still no nearer to know who's going to win this match. Just hasn't had his scoring boots on, Neil, in this match so far. His highest break is still only 61 as we're just passing the 7-hour mark. So just playing a containing safety shot here. He's got to keep his patience, Judd. Neil's obviously playing at his own speed tonight to try and put Judd off, maybe. Well, this red may be cuttable. If it's not, it pops into the port pocket. Good matchup here. You've got the excellence of the Robertson safety play against the excitement of the Judd Trump long potting. Nothing to go at there though. But you can see that Neil is taking plenty of time to think out his safeties. He doesn't, if you leave half a chance out for Trump, even if there's a risk involved, he'll go for it. It's a little bit more of an aggressive safety, bringing the black into play. The black may be going safe here if he cannons into it though. He'll be playing the cross double, white back into balk. He changed his mind. Needs to cover the red, which I think he has done with the other two reds. That's not a bad safety shot. Another excellent safety shot. Now the reds are spread far and wide. The safety now of paramount importance. Just looking what's going to happen. He's not playing the plant. He's just, well, he could be playing the plant, but the key thing is he wants to know where the red's going to go when he hits the second red. The plant's available, but as you can see, they're spread a long way apart. The key thing is to get a good white, and at first glance, he hasn't. Who's going to win this safety battle? At the moment, they're both playing superb safety. And that's covered the right-hand side of the table. This is a tough safety to play. I can't see any way he can get back to balk. It's just a way of which way he can play a containing safety. He has been a bit pedestrian this evening, but I can understand it on this shot. He's in trouble here. Well, he's had plenty of time to think about what he's going to play, and he's still no closer to knowing what he's going to play. Well, I just wonder whether he's taking the pot on. The red 2 away from the pink will pot into the corner, but the cue ball is going to cannon into the 3 reds, so if he takes it on, he's going to have to get it. Very dangerous. He was in all sorts of trouble there. That was an excellent safety shot from Judd. This is Judd's first chance for a couple of frames where he's got a chance to score quite heavily. The last couple of frames, it's been... Reds have always been awkward. The reds are in open play now. The pinks virtually in play. If he's on the pink, it's okay. Anything but that kiss.
One.
Well, Judd got his reward for the excellent safety shot he played, but Unless he takes the green on, he's just going to get 1 point for it. Well, he won't be taking it on. He's bridging over balls here, and he's got to play safety. It's just a matter of which one. Coming up to a minute. That's a long time for Trump.
Green.
Just
Trump
making
one.
sure he was covering those 2 reds. He hasn't trapped Neil with that shot. That's quite good, and the reds are starting to drift towards the left-hand side of the table. This pattern of play will definitely suit Neil Robertson rather than Judd Trump.
Certainly Judd's competed, hasn't he, in this last little safety battle. Both played 4 or 5 excellent safety shots between them. You can see the 2 reds below the pink and can get the white in a similar position to what it is now, but he catches it a fraction too thick. The jaws of the black pocket have come into play. Got to be careful with this one. Made sure of the thin safety, and it's another excellent shot. Now there's no reds to the right of the pink. The one that's below the black spot, you can see the edge of. That's the one he's going to take on. Try and get the cue ball in a similar position to what it is now.
All the reds then to be on the left-hand side, past the pink spot. There's nothing there now for anything on the right-hand side. Pink is covering all that side. Bit of a mess there with those balls. You may take the red along the cushion, the left cushion there, and play it as a pot, but screw back into balk. You can see he's looking at it there now. It does pass the red, I think.
I suppose if he catches it cushion first, it is a big pocket, isn't it? Could go in off the other red. What he almost tried to do. Now, is there a gap anywhere now? At first glance, no.
What's his safety again? Not sure if he tried to plant there, but his ball's moving all over the place, and pink does go in the corner on the left middle. Till he gets on that pink and clears a few reds away, this it's not a great chance.
1.
You can flick into the red that's just below the pink here, and that will make the pink possible into the left-hand top pocket. So if this goes right, he will have the pink available into all 4 the major pockets. Just trying to push that out of the way, and he's done that. So this now is a good chance to get 7 or 8 pinks at least.
7. 8.
Taking the more difficult pot on along the cushion to retain position on the pink.
15. Twenty-one. 22.
He speeds up quite a lot when he gets in the balls. Very positive player. And his safety's been taking more time than usual in this match, but you can't blame him with Trump following him.
28.
Always awkward when all the reds are one side of the table. Oh, we didn't get a good contact there. Red lifting off the bed there.
$35.
Just be careful of the green there. He's having a good look at it. It's quite away from the green, so be
36.
another pink. 36 he's had so far. 35 points in front. It's slightly more difficult now. He's had options which Reds play on,
42.
but he's going to be to get tight positional control after this red and pink.
43.
Good response from Neil. At one time he was 4 frames behind this match, and if he carries on here he'll be just 1 behind.
You certainly won't risk bringing the black into play here. It's perfect angle on the red in the corner pocket, but obviously you can win the frame just taking pink, so another 4 reds, 4 pinks will be enough.
$50.
He's working very, very hard. $55 in front.
56.
2 more reds, 2 pinks, and he should close to within 1.
57.
Now, has he got an angle to stun over for the 2 reds? It looks pretty straight from here. The only hope is to screw back for the red into the middle, and you can see that's a really tight angle. Absolutely gun barrel straight. Needs to screw back 18 inches so he's got the straight red in the middle. And he's only screwed back about 14 inches, so this is a little bit tricky, this red. But it's frame ball.
63.
No heroics here with position, he'll just try and drop it in. Making it a little bit more difficult, stunning it in. Very well played.
64.
Very well played. Now he can take the chance of bringing the two reds into play that are near the black if he wants. He's on 64. Needs to play this pacey though if he goes into the black. That wasn't on. That wasn't on.
$70.
And he might as well try and cut it in the middle, I suppose. Well, what a shame, but what a time to produce with his icebreaker of the match so far, breaking 70. It gets him even closer now. He trails by 1 at 11-10.
Judd Trump has lost the 2 frames. The previous frames, he'll be wanting to get back on the board here. He don't want to be stuck on 11 for too long. But Neil Robertson is starting to grind him down slowly with some excellent safety play and good scoring when he gets in.
Well, it goes without saying the red's on in the middle, but look at the angle he's got to play it from, and under the cushion as well. This looks a bit too risky. He could stun this in the middle and cover the red up that's to the left of the black. Just come round to see if you can cover that red up. I mean, this might be worth a go, this one in the middle, in the right-hand middle. He's put a little bit of stun on it, so he'll cover the red that's to the left of the black. I don't disagree with that choice. Could have proved very beneficial should it have gone in. This will be no attempt at the pot, just trying to get a good white. Doesn't want to kiss the green. The white's perfect though, isn't it? So this is not even a tempter.
Judd Trump's been on the cushion a lot lately. He's getting used to it. Got to be careful not to push the board out though.
He's taking it on, Tel. He's taking the cut on in the middle. Oh, it was going to be dangerous, wasn't it, that one? But at first glance, nothing straightforward for Neil. He thought it was in, didn't he? Look how close it was.
Yes, if you'd have put it in the centre of the pocket, you may have cut. You may have gone in the green there and not got the same position. But it was a good attempt. Perhaps he feels he's got to go for a few to try and break the rhythm up of his opponent. Oh, first pot he's missed for a while.
Well, considering he played for the black, he's been fortunate to get on the cushion. Okay, he was trying to finish low on the black, so he covered the red to the left of the black, but to finish tight on the cushion, that's a little fortunate.
And he's given Judd Trump the opportunity here to split the reds open and get behind the black. They've got to be careful because that red could be cuttable if the white was on the right centre, if the right finished up in the wrong place, but not going to roll into them surely.
Well, he's lost the last two safety battles in the previous two frames. He's always been tempted first to play an aggressive shot or aggressive pot. But once again, he's played the aggressive shot. Has he left anything on? The red to the right of the pink, I think he can get through to the potting angle.
You can't wait to go for those, can you? 11-10 down the quarterfinal of the World Championships.
Well, if the cue ball had been 2 or 3 inches off the cushion, he would definitely go for it, but obviously where it is, he won't. Unless he can't find any sort of safety.
Just coming up to a minute there, short time. Just having a look down that side of the table. If he plays the cue ball down there, if we're leaving a possible plant on for Judd Trump.
This time he's short of pace to get the cue ball on the cushion, so Judd might be tempted at one here.
The one in the right centre looks as if it cuts. It's a very thin cut, and of course position is well, in the love of the gods. You looked at the other red, but you can see it's so thin. I think he'd probably hit the red that's below it on the way down. So taking the more positive shot. Red into the left corner.
If he holds for the brown, it may be worth taking on. How's it looking? How's it looking? Boy, how's that not gone in? At that pace, how has that not gone in? Oh, there, I thought it was there.
So did Judd.
I don't think there's any way out here. He's going to have to play an aggressive shot, maybe a long plant or the long pot that's into the right-hand top pocket as we look. We can get on the pink or black from that.
Well, you could possibly move the red off the corner with another red, but the problem is that red on the centre pocket all the time. If he doesn't get the cue ball to the right-hand side of the table, he'll be leaving it on.
I mean, the cut down the cushion, the one that's nearest the middle pocket on the left-hand side, he could play that red onto the other red and still get a good white. But he is in trouble here. He's looking at the shot now. But he's really got to get into the cue ball to miss the cannon on the blue and green when he plays this shot, because he's going to have to get loads of stun and side, or screw and side, to miss that blue and green. I think he's going to have to play this long pot in this right-hand corner. Stephen Hendry used to say, if I lost the frame through playing a safety shot rather than a pot, I'd never forgive myself. Can he miss the blue and green? Well, fabulous. You've got to take your hat off to him. It was always going to be difficult to miss the blue and green.
One.
But luckily for him, it went in.
Yes, he had to cut the red quite thin, didn't he, to get at that angle. That's why he caught the blue and green. Doesn't matter if the red goes in, though.
Well, this is the first time for the last 4 or 5 rounds we've had everything in open play. Look at the balls now.
5.
What a time this would be to make a sizable break.
Six.
If this was early in the match, you'd be saying he's should win the frame from here where the balls are, but at this stage, with the pressure that's on, anything's missable. A little bit of noise in the crowd behind Neil there. He jumped above the shot, but no problem.
9. 10.
At the moment, he's just invested in these small colours, waiting to get up to the big stuff, pink and black. That is 70 in the previous frame. He'll be feeling very confident. Hold on a minute.
12.
Oh, he's just about okay.
It looked difficult to make a mess of that shot, didn't it? But he has. He's hampered queuing. Got to miss the kiss on the brown. Now, one good positional shot. He needs to get up on these reds and blacks.
Judd Trump hasn't potted a ball now for over 26 minutes. That's a long time out there when you get in the business end of the match.
Just having a look whether that pink pots. If it doesn't, he's in trouble because he can't. There may be a slight chance of getting the gap through those reds to get onto the black, but the pink is very close to being potable. I think it may pot. He needs to pot this and cannon on the red to the left of it. And now he has a chance. A big chance.
$22. $23.
He looked as if he had an opportunity then to play a ringer on the black, but he prefers the pink, obviously. He would like to be an inch or two further down the table with the cue ball towards us, really, because he's okay. It's not too thin to hold the cue ball, but just makes things a little more difficult.
$29.
See, just one good pot away from being in perfect position. Now he's got a chance as long as he's not straightish on the black.
It's good to see him walking around the table quicker when he's making breaks. I think it suits his style more, though he's taking longer on the safety shots, which you can understand, but keeping a nice rhythm.
$38.
Just can't get pinpoint at the moment, can he? It's been hard work for 38. I don't know what the colour sequence has been, but it's been a few low ones. There you can see yellows, greens, browns, blues. No blues, no blues. Pinks and black, everything but a blue.
Well, this could be good. Red at the top of the pack there's available. What a lovely shot.
What a fabulous shot, Tom. Got a perfect angle, hasn't he, to get onto the black. Wonderful shot. Deserves what he gets from this now. And hopefully, if he does go on to win the frame, it would be his 100th century. This was perfectly played.
52.
What kind of angle does he have on this red? Can he pop the red and flick another red into play? I think he can, Terry, you know. He could bring another 3 reds into play here. And now then, the 100th century is a definite possibility. A little bit careless there, didn't quite get the desired
60.
angle, but it's okay, can run through for the black still.
61.
The difficult red on the side cushion is the one that's going to be a real big problem. And to make the 100, he'll need 4 reds and 4 blacks, won't he? So it all depends what he
60.
does with these next 4 reds. Because that red to get onto any other colour could be a problem. Oh, now you've won
69.
the frame, Neil. Come on, you deserve the 100 centuries.
Yes, but would it be a monkey off his back, or would it affect him for the next few frames? Hard to say, really.
76.
I mean, Judd Trump's looking a bit forlorn now. He's lost the last 3 frames on the trot, and he hasn't done an awful lot wrong. He's just lost the safety battles. You know, it's not he's been missing pots or anything like that. Just wonder whether he'll risk getting on the difficult red now. There's your answer. He's risked it. If he takes the pink, he's going to need the yellow to make the century.
$85.
15 points from here. Not guaranteed to get perfect on this red. I'd rather him play for a baulk colour here, I really would. Make the 100 a
88.
certainty. Get a nice angle.
89.
He has a nice angle. Surely now he's going to get it. 2 pots from an unbelievable record that might
96.
never ever get beaten again. At least I'm going to have the honour to be the first to congratulate on if this green goes in. At this stage of the match, absolutely unbelievable. What a monkey off his back and a crowd standing ovation, and he certainly deserves that. It's been absolutely brilliant at this stage of the game to produce that fantastic break. Is quite incredible. Congratulations to Neil Robertson, not only on the century, but to have levelled the match at 11 all. You'd think he'd won the World Championship. What a fantastic break. Well, Terry, you've got to take your hat off to him. That's unbelievable. And I don't blame him at all for taking a little comfort break. Just as what you've got to get yourself back in the right frame of mind now. You're 11 all in the quarter-final of the World Championship, a chance to get to the semi-final. You just need to cool down for a few seconds. Judd's quite rightly taking a break as well.
Yeah, I could see you coming back.
He doesn't even know where the toilet is now. He's lost it. There's 3 toilets back there.
I think he was looking for his room, his dressing room. He'd forgotten where that is.
Well, just look at the reaction he's got here. I mean, the green is just a straightforward green, but having seen him miss a a couple of blacks early on in the week to make a century. This is right in the heart of the pocket. And the celebration is quite unbelievable. You'd think he'd won the championship. What a fantastic achievement to make 100 centuries in one season is quite remarkable. I never thought I'd see the day when that would happen.
Now then, how has Neil Robertson handled the emotion? There's a strange noise come out of the crowd there. I don't know what it was. May have broken the tension a bit out there. Make no mistake, there is an atmosphere out there. It's 11 frames each. All is forgotten now about the century breaks. It's the first man to 13 goes through into semi-final.
The key thing was, Terry, how do you know, to keep your concentration to make a 70 after, you know, we've had endless bouts of safety play, and to still have the form and the, you know, and the want to do it. It's just incredible.
It's hard to remember when Judd Trump had a pot on the last few frames. He hasn't potted a ball now for 37 minutes. And can he pot? So that shows how good Neil Robertson was. Good shot.
Well, you see Judd's hand come up there, the fact that the cushion bounced, he thought he did that safety shot perfectly. It bounced off that baulk cushion to come past the green. The safety from Robertson this evening has been absolutely top draw.
Well, he can play perfect snooker for quite a number of frames, both his safety and his break building. His excellent single potting comes into play then if it goes onto the colours, last red and colours left. You know, he's strong in all departments. Oh, that's going to come back down the table. Is there anything left on though?
Foul miss. Neil Robertson.
Perhaps there isn't. Asking him to put the cue ball back, and no benefit there for him to take a red on.
Yes, he made his previous highest break in the match in frame 21 when he made a break of 70 to get within one, but then to make his 100th century of a season in the next frame to level 11 all. Incredible. And look, every time Judd comes to the table, he's tied under that baulk cushion.
How far is it from the cushion?
There you see the Mark Aliyah Scullion helping him, having a look at the screen behind him. Doesn't help Judd Trump a lot, he's still got the same shot on. It's a very thin cut to avoid the other red. Didn't manage it.
One.
The red to the right of the black would pop, but he's going to have to somehow find the gap. That's what he's looking at now, that gap in between the pink and red to get to that one. And of course that's not guaranteed. You need to screw back about 2 inches. Having another look at it. He's on it, but getting onto a colour is not straightforward.
6.
You feel it this time as if you could walk on water the way he's playing. Big shot.
7.
Found the gap. Now is that released another red available.
As you mentioned, it could have an adverse effect on him, but it also could have an effect on him where he doesn't feel like he's going to miss a ball. And he hasn't done for a while.
30.
Judd Trump has been sitting in that chair a long time. It's so frustrating when you don't get any chances to go for a pot and your opponent's not missing anything as well. 42 minutes since Judd Trump potted the last ball.
Everything's going
70.
in clean, and of course he could get onto the black here, but there's no advantage doing that with the red on the black spot. Just coming around to see if it's worth doing that, whether the black will go directly beyond its own spot and that red still be potable. Probably going to play it for the blue though, I would think.
18.
No value in kissing into the pink here. He might just play to get the gap and get on the red and the black spot. Now there's a big gap there. If he underhits it, he's on the one probably just below the black. If he overhits it, it should be on one of the 2 reds that are near the black spot. So this has got to be very controlled if he plays that shot. This is the angle on the blue, which is okay. Now is he going to play down the left-hand side or the right-hand side of the pink? That's his choice. Down the other side. Sure, slowly but surely he's getting a little bit of room around the black area now.
23.
He's looking here if he cannons into the black, will he leave the pink on into the centre? Didn't quite work out.
24.
Black is available. Needed to catch the black full on then.
Well, if ever you can see a sportsman being in the zone, it looks now, doesn't it? This is tricky though. Everything's going in the middle of the pocket, but that time.
Yep.
He felt he didn't get a good contact on the white. He felt it through a little bit wide. I suppose he hit the black a little bit thicker. If it had gone in the centre of the pocket, he wouldn't have caught the jaws. The fact that it went in thick, that's the reason the white went a little bit wide.
31.
£206 now without reply from Neil Robertson.
Neil Robertson, 31.
Another excellent safety shot. There's a standing here that we've not really seen from Neil Robertson earlier on in the match, but this is top draw stuff. You can't play better than this.
Yes, all round, he's just been immaculate, hasn't he? He just hasn't left him a ball. And when he has, it's been one of those where he's got to play a long plant at distance or something like that. He's not stuck a red on for ages. Well played, Judd. The only good thing, of course, about this match going on so late into the evening is that they're not playing till tomorrow night. It would be tough on them to come out and play tomorrow afternoon after this battle.
Well, what do they rather do, go out and play or go home, you think?
Go out and play, of course, but look at this safety again. I mean, he's been within 3 inches of that ball cushion for the last half an hour.
Now then, Judd's looking at the plant here. Those two below the pink. May be available.
Well, attention. This is he's going to have a go at this. I say attention because if it didn't go in, we knew this was going to happen. The only good thing at the moment is the fact that the black's on the back cushion, so it's not guaranteed to win the frame at this visit, even, and it's going to be very, very tough to get onto a colour. The angle he's got on this is not nice. He could just roll through and play the pink in the middle. But as you can see, the pink's tricky.
8 hours play. Good pot again.
Well, this is just amazing, isn't it? And every ball toe is going right in the middle of the pocket.
7. Eight. Forty. 15.
Robertson's pot success rate has gone now to 90%, and Judd's is still at 89, and he hasn't had a shot for 3 frames.
As part of that 90%, and Neil Robertson, he's made 315 out of 349 pots he's taken on in 8 hours. Incredible.
This is the first time the white could run loose. To play this very slowly. And once again, in the middle of the pocket, perfect position. Pink on,
20.
3 reds, 3 killers. He's 1 away from victory. That young man is now going to have to dig deeper than he ever has done before in his life. Somehow he's got to have to make something happen.
21.
At the minute, it's just been flawless snooker.
It's just hard to explain how you feel in the chair when you're kept out of a match. You don't feel part of the match somehow.
$26.
Such a big audience here watching this match, enjoying every minute, and Judd Trump in his chair thinking that he's the only one in the room. He feels so lonely there.
Now, does the middle red of those 5 pot in the right-hand corner? If it does, he doesn't have to play the cannon. Just coming around to have a look now. It's really, really tight. It probably goes just. He doesn't feel it does. That's why he's played for the slightly more difficult red. And once again, he's absolutely inch perfect. Well, he played 3 frames against Mark Allen to win the match when he was leading, I think, 10-7 or something like that, and played 3 frames on the trot where he never missed a ball. This, I think, is actually better than that.
33. $33 on the frame. Neil Robertson.
Well, Judd's decided not to continue playing snookers, so 68 points to 0. Robertson takes the lead for the first time in the match at 12-11.
Thank you. Settle down, please.
I feel there's a bit of life left in this match. I think Trump's going to have opportunities, and who's to say he wouldn't take them, but you can see again it's a break off. He's covered everything as potable, and most of the other reds as well.
Well, if he plays this thin, it's got to be really thin. That's very good. He deserves to miss the blue. He was in so much trouble there.
No, the Neil Robertson must be almost expecting a chance, you know, when Judd plays a shot at the moment, because he's just been dominating. But pink and black are out of commission here. Okay, it wasn't easy, and you had to bring the cue ball round the table for one of the lower colours.
Bit of a shock to the system though, Terry, wasn't it? Missing that.
Do you know what Judd's looking at there? He's looking, taking this red on and kissing into the black. So he's looked at that anyway. You may think now he's got to go for something because he's not getting any chances out there, and if he doesn't go for this, he may not get another chance. That's what you feel like out there. It's not quite like that, but that's exactly how you feel.
The angle on the red, it is actually kissing into the red just above the black, so the red goes in. There's a chance he could be on the black. The red doesn't go in though. You can see what's happened. And 54 minutes since he last potted the ball, to take that on has to be questionable.
Yes, but what else is he going to do? Is he just going to sit there and wait for a better opportunity? He's such a good potter, but of course, it's hard really to understand when you're out there and being starved of any opportunities that you're not really in full swing, to say the least.
1.
Oh, Neil Robertson has first chance to win frame and match, albeit, as you can see with the colours, going to be tough. Really needs that blue back into play.
3.
Well, if you can get an angle on the blue into the middle and possibly bring pink or black into play after potting it, but a little awkward here.
4.
Now, has he got an angle? May play for the single res. He's been doing a lot of that. Probably thinks, whatever I do, I'm going to do something. Something good.
Well, let's come round to have a look at the angle. It must be a little bit too straight to get into the pink or black, so just looking which red is more favourable. No, I don't think the pink's possible in the left-hand corner. If it's not, he'll go up for the blue again. Is it possible to win 4 frames on the trot without your opponent potting a ball? At this stage of the match, it would be quite incredible. Trying to make something happen. Well, can you believe that? You found 2 gaps there to miss that. Gap on the way down and a gap on the way back.
Well, he's still on red. The one at the back of the pack is available. We have another chance if he gets this and gets a nice angle on the blue to disturb a few things.
16.
Well, he's gone a bit far this time. When we look at the ball here, I think it's only the red that's 2 away from the black will be available.
Well, he's itching to take the blue on. He's itching to take the yellow on with a chance of bringing reds into play. I just wonder whether he's going to play for that loose one you suggested or go into the pink. Decided to go all out, and if this goes, it could be the end. That is absolutely brilliant.
18.
Fabulous shot under pressure, this. And all the great players, when they see the sign of the winning post, they go for it. And I now call Neil Robertson a great player.
19.
Well, he's been a great player for a long time, hasn't he? He's up at the top of the rankings and having a lot of success in the game. He's plays in practically all the tournaments, if not all of them.
Not thought in the same light yet as a Steve Davis, Stephen Hendry or Ronnie O'Sullivan. And I think what we've seen this tournament is now proving that he's up there with those 3 great players.
I must say, at certain stages of this match, he's looked a little bit out of it. And he's kept fighting, kept his belief together. And then found his best form at the most important time.
You daren't risk bringing the black into play, so trying to swing around again to try and get on the blue, and it was always going to be difficult.
26.
Now, the fact that second kiss, I'm not too sure whether they can miss the kiss on the green. Maybe like that shot that a few frames ago when Judd Trump played a blue, he could just miss the edge of the yellow that time for Judd. It may just be able to miss the kiss on the green in playing this white back at the other end. It's one of those, if you hit it perfect, you'll miss the kiss on the green. If he catches it thick, he'll kiss the green. Well, luckily for him, caught it in a way that it brought the white down this end of the table. Now, is there anything on?
31.
His expression tells me no. And that camera angle also confirms just that.
I mean, he hasn't got a straightforward safety shot on either. Certainly want to be bringing pink or black into play by playing the safety of the red that's closest to the cue ball.
Yes, he'd love to screw up into the ball carrier off the red that is nearest, but he'd be worried about where the red's going to end up.
Well, he's made his choice. It's a defensive safety. That one's going to
Robertson,
trap Judd Trump, but stop him potting the ball. We're over an hour since Judd Trump has potted the ball. That would seem about 5 hours to Judd.
Well, he obviously can't see the middle of the pocket, but as you can see from that picture, he can see the right-hand jaw, and I just wonder whether he might risk it at this stage. This is dangerous. It definitely goes in off the right-hand jaw, but can he hit it hard enough to bring black into play?
Surely Neil checked that before he played his safety shot. And he's glancing up at the television monitor, Neil, just to check. See if it does go. Don't forget, this isn't all over yet.
I don't see how he can't kiss the red out of the way, though. He's going to hit the black, which is just going to push the black to the cushion. Now, there is a slight chance if he plays it firm, it could help the pot rather than playing it slow. We'll never know. We'll never know.
Well, that looked really bad because it's caught the other red early on and the balls are manoeuvring all over the table, but you can still understand why Judd has gone for the shot, because he's just not getting opportunities and he feels he's got to go out there and grasp it rather than wait for them. Here's going to be his last one, though.
1.
Well, I've seen a lot of performances from the great players over the years, the Stephen Hendrys and the O'Sullivans and the Steve Davises, but from the position he was in, these last 5 frames from Neil Robertson have been up there with the best I've ever seen. He literally has played flawless safety when he's got in, he's scored, and all the frames have been scrappy. He's never had it where he's got pink on the spot, black on the spot. He's had to graft all the time.
But there was no warning in that, really, was there? At 11-8 behind, he didn't look as if he had it in him to do it. His form didn't look wonderful, but he just turned it round.
Cue ball's running loose. Cue ball's running loose.
Foul.
Just when you thought it was over,
Robertson 12th.
There's a
Judd Trump
lifeline.
4. Thank you. Settle down, please.
Oh, this is a stat you're going to not believe. An hour and 4 minutes at the business end of a match. And he's been stuck on 11 frames for all that time.
It's normally difficult to stop Judd Trump potting at all, even for 5 minutes. He's got a pot on here though. Starting to get nearer that point now when the one bad shot could cost him it. Well done, sir. Very well done.
And I think Terry's going to have to take the risk. This was an excellent pot, having an hour's play. I was just about to say he's about to take the risk of playing the blue into the pink, because if he's going to win this frame and get back to 12-12, he needs to make it happen. Right here, right now. He's missed the pink. Still okay, though, luckily enough.
6.
And as he looked at the black there. You can play for the black, it'll be a thin cut, but he also could have got up for the blue. Let's see what he thinks of it. Looks like black.
7.
Now, can he pot the black and just check the white a little bit and play the cannon into the 2 reds and pink? He's bound to be on the other red, but if he misses the cannon, he's nowhere. He's played the cannon. He's got the position, well played, freed to the reds.
14.
Well, this would be a monumental task, having been off the table for all that length of time, to produce
15.
a break to get back into the frame.
He commits all the time, doesn't he, when he gets in the balls? That's what everybody likes about him. He tries to make things happen all the time. He's very refreshing to watch. Not many like him in the game, really.
22.
The red on that right-hand side is obviously horrible for a left-handed player as well. He has an angle on this next red. He may even try and bring the red off the cushion with a shot. He may honestly just try and bring this red off, because if the red, you don't want to be playing this red down the cushion with the rest, do you? Maybe a little too straight to do that as Neil Robertson looks on. He's played it. Well played, Judd. What a fantastic shot. At that stage of the match, brilliant.
31.
That's the style of play that's got him to this stage of his career. And he should continue playing that way.
Wow. If he runs it in, he's got to judge the pace to perfection. He is so unlucky there to have left such a difficult pot.
Judd Trump,
It was a
31.
brilliant shot to bring the red into play. What a shame the match is possibly going to end like that. Just having a look at the scoreboard, the green, of course. Neil needs that. He was so concentrating, Terry, wanting on just drifting past the pink.
One.
Well, he needs a brown as well, so there may be a little bit of life left in this frame yet.
Well, this isn't straightforward, is it? He needs to get a nice angle on the yellow to pot it into the corner pocket and have a nice angle to get on the green, so it's a key shot here now.
Well, from a match that was looking a little pedestrian earlier on in the evening, it's now turned out to be one of the most exciting matches of the tournament. Will he get another shot?
There's somebody coughing badly in the back and this just disturbing Neil. That's awful. That's awful.
That's enough, please. Thank you.
I'm so glad he potted up, because if he'd have missed it and be disturbed by the crowd, it would have been a disaster.
Well, Judd Trump can only hope this is too straight to be able to get close to the brown. Because if he has to leave the white anywhere in baulk, the brown's going to be tricky. He needs to get close to the brown. And it obviously is straight, otherwise he'd already be down.
They don't try and hit it too hard and force an angle out of it. They could miss the green then. It's not a certainty at power. That's what he's doing. What a shot that was.
Well, that's unbelievable. That honestly is unbelievable. Well, there have been plenty of comebacks at the Crucible over the years, but this has been up there with the very, very best. Absolutely brilliant. I feel so sorry for Judd Trump. He hasn't hardly had a shot until that last frame. Well, Neil Robertson, you've got to take your hat off to him. And Judd Trump shakes his hand. What a tremendous evening session. A standing ovation from this packed Crucible audience. You've seen something very special this evening. 100 centuries and also a comeback that'll be up there with the very best comebacks of all time. Neil Robertson goes into the semi-final, winning by 13 frames to 11. And boy, is he pleased.
Well done, Neil.
At 8-7 or 8-6, or a 7-6, who made the wise joke?
No, Terry
Oh,
just
on the
said
green.
something. I know Terry just said something.
Oh.
But you know, I know what you mean.